好啦，今日早咗直播，咁今日玩嘅遊戲呢，就係呢個東方快車謀殺案，轉一轉個畫面先。好啦，一隻拍成咗電影嘅小說，咁事不宜遲啦，唔阻太多時間。好啦，我哋一齊起程啦。
The development you predicted in the Kastner case happened unexpectedly. Please come back immediately.
How can it be unexpected if I have predicted it?
Poirot! My friend! Is that you? Poirot! Poirot! Is it truly you, my friend?
Book, it is indeed me.
What brings you so far from home?
A little affair in Syria.
An affair of the heart?
No, a modest affair of recovering stolen artifacts. But now I am summoned home to England and must leave immediately.
This evening? You travel on the Orient Express, I hope.
I have made no arrangements yet, as I just learned that an emergency has arisen, and I must return to England immediately.
Very well. It will be my pleasure to secure you a sleeper on the Orient Express.
If the director of the line insists, I accept with pleasure.
And we'll dine together, for I too depart this afternoon. We'll have plenty of time to catch up. I'll have the hotel transfer our luggage.
Excuse me, sir. You are the director of the line? The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if she may keep her minor in her compartment on the train.
Good morning, Princess. It is an honor to welcome you aboard. There is absolutely no problem for your pet.
You will ask about his food?
Oh, yes. The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if there is food for minors on board. Insects, small amphibians, baby rodents.
Baby rodents? Of course, Princess. Don't worry. Your bird will be fed as you demand.
You there, desk clerk.
One moment, sir.
Listen to me. Call the police. My train ticket has been stolen.
Stolen? Oh dear. Oh dear.
You
Tired. And yes, I'm taking the Orient Express to Paris. But what business is that of yours?
My name is Book. I am the director of the line at your service. And perhaps this gentleman could assist you. He is Hercule Poirot.
But I must make that train.
A train ticket. Yesterday I recovered artifacts worth several millions.
Please, my friend. It's not just any ticket. It's an Orient Express ticket.
Very well, I will investigate.
Thank you, Poirot. I will arrange a car to Cirkeci station for us.
The hotel to Catlian is a perfect prelude for my journey. How do you know your ticket has been stolen, monsieur?
I put it on a table in my room. I came down here to breakfast, and when I got back, my ticket was gone, and other things were on the floor as if they'd been tossed about.
Alors, monsieur, I suggest we begin in your room. Will you lead the way? I must admit I'm not right this time. That's the right answer. Floor, Captain Arbuthnot?
4th floor.
One mystery solved.
Fourth floor.
The task may be trivial, but I must not let the little grey cells wander. I suppose I can exercise my powers of observation while we wait. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
My room's along here. 411. In a hotel of this quality, a thief. Come on, don't dawdle. It'll be a disaster if I miss that train.
You have locked the door, monsieur?
Naturally. This is a foreign country.
You have the key card?
Of course.
We will enter. The lock has not been tampered with. A fact sheet from a tour of Saint Sophia. A stamped reservation for the Bosphorus ferry. A conspicuous gallantry cross for meritorious service in Iraq, yet he only retired as a captain. A list of travel expenses, but how did these papers end up on the floor? The bed is skillfully made. A brochure for this fascinating city. Another delightful trophy for my collection. Four floors. It's impossible for a thief to have exited through the window. The wallet is somewhat worn. It contains just over $200 and the usual cards. This earring, it is not the first time I've seen it, but where? Water with traces of soap. The water is scented. You can never have too many of these. A perfume bottle. Empty. Suggestive.
That was easy.
How long were you at breakfast, Captain?
Half an hour or so. Just a roll and some coffee.
The room is apparently empty. I will leave it for the moment.
Go away, please.
A brief word, sir.
I will give you 2 brief words. Go away.
Monsieur.
I've been traveling all night from New York. Must I call the management?
Pardon, monsieur. I do not believe we have awakened a thief.
The Blue Jays stormed back in the top of the ninth.
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
Hors de contrôle, ravage en ce moment la carrière de fond.
Someone has rejected their breakfast. Not a mystery worth pursuing. In your room?
An earring? A previous guest, I suspect. I don't wear them.
Did you leave the window open?
No. That must be how the thief escaped.
I think not. Unless the thief had wings. The bed is very neatly made, but the corners are not military style.
The price we paid for this hotel? I'm not going to make my own bloody bed.
Interesting pronoun, that. The wind probably blew the papers on the floor as it came in through the window. Moreover, the door is closed, and I found an earring on the bedside table. The captain invited a woman into his room. Maybe she is our culprit.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
That was easy. Captain Arbuthnot, I have examined your room. Much was revealed, possibly more than you expected. Rest assured we will soon find your ticket.
It's about bloody time. I have a train to catch.
As do I.
You are traveling on the Orient Express?
Oui? If you will be good enough to answer a few questions, we may both make our train.
Ask away.
Please give me an account of your movements yesterday.
I spent most of my day in Istanbul, sightseeing. I returned to the hotel as the sun was setting. The desk clerk can confirm I was alone when I picked up my key. I spent the night alone. I had no visitors in my room.
Have you told me the entire truth, Captain Arbuthnot?
Of course. I want you to find my ticket.
If no one else but you has entered this room, Captain, then how did these papers come to end up on the floor?
I can't explain how the bloody things ended up on the bloody floor. That's why you're here.
Hercule Poirot was wondering why he was here. Thank you so much for explaining that to me. Can you explain the earring I found on the bedside table?
An earring? Yes. Forgive me, Mr. Poirot. I had some business correspondence that wanted answering. The hotel provides help for business travelers. They sent up a secretary. I dictated a letter, and she mailed it for me. I hadn't noticed that she had lost an earring.
And when did you invite this secretary? This woman may be the thief we are looking for.
That was yesterday evening. My ticket was still there when I went down to breakfast. She can't have taken it.
I see. Never mind. It is easily checked. And there was no other person in your room?
No, I swear there wasn't.
Well, never mind. If it is not her, there is only one option left.
Fine. Please finish your job quickly. I'll be downstairs in the lobby.
Pardon, monsieur. May I inquire when the staff begins cleaning the rooms?
Every morning at breakfast time, sir. After making certain there are no guests in the room, of course.
May I speak with the chambermaid who cleaned room 411 this morning?
I hope you don't think that one of our staff stole the ticket.
No. Do not distress yourself. We seek only information.
I will summon her at once.
Oh, I'd ask her to bring her laundry cart. Do not be frightened, mademoiselle. Did you clean room 411 this morning?
Room 411? Yes, that is one of mine.
Did you see a ticket on the desk when you entered the room?
I'm sorry, I didn't notice the ticket. There was a wallet, but of course I did not touch it.
Did you open the window?
Yes, we always air the rooms. Oh, but I forgot to close the window. While I was making the bed, the person from next door was pounding on the wall. I wondered if he needed assistance. I tossed the dirty sheets in my cart, quickly finished mopping, and went to see, but it was nothing. But I'm afraid I left the window open. I'm so sorry.
The window left open, papers scattered on the floor. The chambermaid cleaning the room. I believe I can now visualize what happened.
I hope you'll find this ticket soon, my friend. The Orient Express won't wait forever.
Poirot is not going to touch the dirty laundry. No, not good. Et voilà. Mademoiselle, would you be so kind as to look in the sheets from room 411? And so the missing train ticket completes its strange journey. An open window, a laundry cart, and an annoying neighbor. But chance is the only guilty party in this dark mystery.
Mr. Poirot, I apologize. I believe my concern got the better of me, and I forgot myself. Thank you.
It was a case of great magnitude. I'm glad I was up to the challenge. And that, I think, is that.
Our bags are all packed. I have my ticket and papers. If you give me yours, I'll hang on to mine. But as your secretary...
As my secretary, you see to the bags, Hector.
Yes. Yes, sir.
That man, I have a curious impression of him, as if I were observing a wild animal, uncaged. golden moustache.
We must leave for the station. Our bags are in the taxi. Did you find the ticket?
It was a case most difficult, but somehow Hercule Poirot managed.
I knew you could do it. Now we can sit back and enjoy a relaxing train ride. You are in luck, Poirot. Of course, no journey on this train is ever ordinary, but this is a special occasion. To celebrate the 140 years of the Orient Express, the engine will be none other than the splendid Pacific 231G558. There she is, Poirot, the most celebrated train in history. Oh, my eyes fill with tears of pride. It is time we were aboard, my friend. Follow me. The wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel, will direct you to your compartment.
Lead the way, Book.
It was built in France in 1922 by the Compagnie Batignolles-Châtillon. At the time of its purchase by the SNCF in 1938, it could reach speeds up to 130 kilometers per hour. Wait until you see. It is like traveling back in time. Today, the train is limited to 100 kilometers per hour. I assure you, that will be more than fast enough to get you to Paris in time for your connection to London. In the meantime, you will bask in the magic that is the Orient Express.
My friend Book did not lie. His train is a beautiful machine. A moment to savor, to see the famous locomotive after so many years. Princess Dragomirov's pet myna bird, an unusual traveling companion. Ah, the restaurant car, the most important car on any self-respecting train. luggage is not stacked well. I am resisting the temptation of lining it up properly.
Good evening, monsieur. Your compartment is number 202. However, I am afraid that all the others are already full.
Full? But how can that be?
It is incredible, monsieur. All the world elects to travel tonight.
All the same, you must find room for this gentleman here.
I can exercise my powers of observation while they try to find me a bed.
He is a friend of mine. He can have number 201.
It is taken, monsieur.
What?
Is everything aboard the train, Hector?
In your compartment, Mr. Ratchet. I'm having them disinfect the room again as you instructed. I also got a call from the Indians. The sale is going through as you expected.
There was never any doubt. No other phone calls, Hector? From Geneva or Venice?
No, sir. Who were you expecting?
Never you mind. Check our tickets. We're not going in until everything is confirmed.
The young man seems quite agreeable, but the other, the older man, is something quite different. Notice the young woman from the hotel. She again wishes to watch the old man with his little friend, but not to be seen herself.
Why did you order so much lobster, Hotaru?
My dear Freya, I need it for my specialty on the second night. And if the lobster a la mori isn't fresh, the passengers will know.
We don't have enough space for my desserts. Tonight, molten chocolate cake. Tomorrow, my specialty.
That is not my concern. They will not have room for them anyway.
Serve your lobster tonight.
Chicken a la mori must be the first night dish for the travelers. It is.
You are.
I have every reason to be. I am the engine. You are just the caboose.
Darling, we have to get aboard.
I know.
I have heard of the phobia of fear of flying, but fear of trains?
Now you're making fun of me.
Never, my love. We'll board shortly, once our compartment is ready.
Mary.
Not now. Not now. When it's all over, when it's behind us, then.
Poirot, I am mortified. The 140th anniversary, perhaps, but such a plague of passengers.
Good. Great. Yes. Fantastic. Brilliant. That was easy.
Poirot, we have a solution. A gentleman has not yet come.
An Englishman, a Monsieur Harris.
A name of good omen.
It is already time to leave. What do I care for Mr. Harris?
As Monsieur pleases. I had your things sent straight to your compartment. Unfortunately, you will be with another traveler.
No.
Only for the first night. It cannot be helped.
I will survive, mon ami.
Monsieur Book, We can't find enough space in the kitchen refrigerator to store all of my ingredients.
How is it possible?
His recipes are extravagant. We need to leave something on the platform.
If my lobsters don't go, I don't go.
And have the passengers on the Orient Express go hungry? Never!
Must I intervene? The problem. Is unworthy of love, but I do not intend to starve on the most luxurious train in the world.
Thank you for coming to help us.
It is impossible to fit everything into the Gary's refrigerator. Obviously, my entrees are more important than dessert.
If Mr. Mori delays his lobsters for a day or two, we can restock at another station.
Delay? You ask me to delay? Freya?
Calm yourself, my friend. I'm sure we can find a solution. Is that a diagram of the refrigerator? May I see it?
Yes. He refuses to look at it.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Et voilà.
You saved tomorrow night's dinner. Mr. Poirot, I will reserve the finest lobster just for you.
I look forward to it, monsieur. And to the dessert, mademoiselle.
Hopefully. That will be the last mystery you face on our journey, my dear Poirot. Your compartment for tonight only is at the back of the second-class carriage, number 102. Tomorrow, you move to a private compartment.
Welcome, Monsieur Poirot. I apologize for the delay.
Thank you, Monsieur Michel. I am delighted you could accommodate me. Wrong compartment. I need to find number 102. These first-class rooms are very spacious and luxurious. Wrong compartment. I need to find number 10. Pardon me?
Oh, my apologies.
This lady has a style of her own, eccentric but chic.
Excuse me, I think you made a mistake.
You are Mr. Harris?
No, my name is McQueen. There is no other berth on the train, monsieur. All is arranged. Yours is the upper berth. It starts in 1 minute.
The train's remarkably full.
En voiture!
Listen, sir, if you'd rather have the lower berth, easier and all that, well, that's all right by me. No, you are too amiable. It is for one night only at Belgrade.
Oh, I see. You're getting out of Belgrade.
Not exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. You may join the rest of the passengers in the dining car. Excuse me, monsieur. Pierre asked me to inform you that a passenger left us, so his room is yours. Monsieur Bouc instructed that your things be transferred to room 202 during dinner. You will be more comfortable in first class.
It is true what you say. Thank you,
Mr. Fauché, monsieur.
Where will my new compartment be?
Room 202 is at the far end of the previous car.
I see, thank you. What is your position on the Orient Express?
I manage the bar car, and I also do the restaurant car service.
Well, then do not let me keep you. Lobster tonight, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
I'll leave you to it, then.
See you soon, monsieur.
Yes, sir?
Please, my friend, join me. I have taken the liberty of ordering you your lobster.
Thank you. It appears our fellow passengers are all gathered here again tonight.
Ah. If I had but the pen of a Balzac, I would depict this scene.
Oh, it is an idea, that.
Ah, you agree. It has not been done, I think. Round us are people of all classes, of all nationalities, of all ages. For 3 days, these people, these strangers to one another, are brought together. They sleep and eat under one roof. They cannot get away from each other. At the end of the journey, they part. They go their several ways, never perhaps to see each other again.
Certainly it interests us, inviting us to watch and wonder about their lives.
Ah, I know you, my friend. Even now, your mind, it is at work. Let us test it. For example, what do you make of those two? Mamma mia, you can feel the power of our engine. We climb into the mountains with ease. I know something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
There's something special about a train, I'll give you that. I sell toys, and model trains are one of our biggest items. And not just for children either.
You sell model cars too?
Sure, but give me a train any day.
Oh, my friend, what do you have against the cars? Now I work at Fortuna in Italy as a spokesperson. We are producing the next generation of electric cars, the Fortuna Firenze. Like the city, it is beautiful. We got the competitors looking over their shoulders so much, they're going to hit something.
Didn't mean to be insulting. It's just that there's something magical about a train.
That's the right answer. The loud gentleman is very confident, a master of his own fate. It is as much in the inflection as it is in the words. He believes in winning, also that he is the one who will win.
You are a magician.
Oh, it is not a parlor trick, my friend. It is simply observation.
I was visiting my daughter. She works at the American Embassy in Istanbul. I told her she'd never find a husband there. Since I wanted to see Paris on my way home, she told me I should take this high-class train. I can't wait to see Paris. It looks beautiful in the movies, but it couldn't be more beautiful than Schenectady in the good old US of A. That's where I'm living now. And you, Miss Debenham, was it? Where do you hail from?
I was born in the UK.
Oh, that's in England, isn't it? What do you do for a living?
I teach English to children in other countries.
I see. Oh, I wish I spoke a foreign language. My daughter speaks several languages. Let me tell you about her work. It's very important.
Et voilà. There is much you can learn about someone just by observing them and listening. For example, that lady is reserved. She reveals little. She is self-contained. Some secret prompts her to allow her dinner companion to carry the conversation. I confess, in this case, what I witnessed in Istanbul suggests more, but I will respect her privacy.
You will always amaze me. My friend, this is one of the best desserts I have ever eaten.
You have always had the sweet tooth.
But it is a masterpiece. Would love to know what the recipe is. I couldn't tell what flavor the ice cream is.
It looks like lemon. Look at the zest.
Yes, I wasn't sure what that was. What is the red fruit?
It looks like a raspberry.
You have a good eye, Poirot. The biscuit is the foundation of the dessert. All else is built upon it. What do you think?
It looks like crushed biscuits, my friend.
Finely observed, indeed. Poirot, I am embarrassed to ask you a great favor.
My friend, I am on this train due to the great favor you have done me. How may I assist you?
This dessert is sublime. If only I had the recipe. Unfortunately, the pastry chef, Miss Nielsen, she will guard her secrets. But you, my friend, I am sure you could make her confess.
You wish me to persuade the pastry chef to give up her recipe?
You who are the expert at interrogation.
Book, it is a dessert.
It is the pinnacle of desserts. You, my friend, who, as you say, are on this train, I blush to remind you.
Fine, you win. Again, what wouldn't I do for you, my friend?
Oh, thank you, Poirot. Good luck.
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, sir. How can I help you?
That was a magnificent dessert you served us tonight. I wanted to tell you personally how much both Monsieur Bouc and I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, sir.
In fact, it is so good. Monsieur Bouc insists on knowing how you made it.
Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You must know a chef never gives away their recipes. But, well, you helped with the refrigerator, and without space in it for me, there would have been no dessert. Very well. To prepare tonight's dessert, first I melt sugar to make caramel. Then I spread this caramel to make tuiles. Between two tuiles, I add a small scoop of lemon ice cream, and I put the whole thing on a strawberry crown.
Poirot, you are suspicious even now. The pastry chef gave up her prized recipe a little too easily. I sense she wasn't entirely honest with me. Thank you for sharing your recipe with me, but I doubt those are strawberries you're using.
Oops.
You used raspberries, not strawberries. I'm not fooled.
You're right. Mr. Book, he couldn't tell the difference. Let's move on to the bottom part of the dessert.
My favorite part of the dessert.
First, I melted some butter. I crumbled pieces of chocolate into the butter. Then I placed the mix in a circular mold. Finally, I let the whole thing cool down to let it harden.
She may be telling the truth, but I cannot be certain. It's certainly not chocolate that you've crumbled.
I see you do have an excellent palate. Do you know what ingredients I used?
A clever pastry chef might mix crushed biscuits with butter to create this delicious base.
That's it. You're getting closer to the entire recipe.
Closer? I've caught murderers with less difficulty than this.
I'll give you one last challenge. I'm sure you will be able to figure out the order I mix my ingredients in. If you can, you will have earned my recipe.
Mademoiselle, solving the murder of Roger Ackroyd was easier than this.
你熄咗呢部機？
熄咗部機係嘛？
係啊。
熄咗。
而家着翻。
即係我熄咗邊個掣？如果我熄咗。
你撳咗收線嗰度咯。
因為頭先有一個信息，佢話我喺阿聯酋啊，阿拉伯有一筆大嘅款項啊！
整蠱你嘅。
我知，咁我咪撳咗佢咯。撳完之後就個機就熄咗咯。
No, not good. Et voilà.
As promised, my recipe is yours. Give me 5 minutes to write it down for you.
Thank you. I am in your debt. I can take advantage of this moment to resume my little observations of the passengers.
I made a lot of progress on the expenses last night, sir. I should be done by tomorrow morning.
You're supposed to be a fast worker, Hector.
Sorry, sir. Working here is not as comfortable as in our office in Boston.
You're lucky to ride in a train like this.
must admit I'm not right this time. That was easy.
Did you enjoy the meal?
I'm not used to meals like this.
You do not have good restaurants in Kenya?
Actually, we do. This isn't the 1930s.
I did not mean to offend.
You didn't like the meal?
The lobster, it was undercooked, and the potatoes were too dry.
I expect, being Princess Dragomirov's assistant, you must be used to eating well.
Cooking is an art. You do not need to wear the chef's hat to be an artist.
What is your favorite dish?
Currywurst. It is a specialty of mine.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. No, not good. That was easy.
Here you are, sir. My recipe. Please tell Mr. Book he should not expect my recipes for the other desserts.
Thank you very much, mademoiselle. I know he will sincerely appreciate the gesture, and I will make certain he gets the message.
喺嗱都有得食。
唔係幾點鐘放學？
都6點，中間有得食。
一點放學。
未知睇個先生教成點，教準唔準時？
Poirot, you were gone such a long time.
It proved more challenging than I expected.
This is wonderful. Did it require the use of your little grey cells?
More the exercise of my little taste buds.
Thank you so much, my friend. Eat your dessert. You've earned it.
Good evening. My name is Ratchet. I think that I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Hercule Poirot, is that so?
You have been correctly informed, monsieur.
Your exploits are well known on my side of the Atlantic. In my country, we come to the point quickly. Mr. Poirot, I want you to take on a job for me. Are you interested in earning a lot of money?
My clientele, monsieur, is limited nowadays. I undertake very few cases.
Why, naturally. I understand that. But this, Mr. Poirot, means big money. Big money.
My little grey cells did not let me down.
What is it you wish me to do for you, Monsieur Ratchet?
Mr. Poirot, I am a rich man. A very rich man. Men in that position have enemies. I have an enemy.
Monsieur, in my experience, when a man is in a position to have, as you say, enemies, then it does not usually resolve itself into one enemy only.
Yes, I appreciate that point. Enemy or enemies, it doesn't matter. What does matter is my safety. My life has been threatened, Mr. Poirot. Now, I'm a man who can take pretty good care of himself. But as I look at it, a little insurance wouldn't hurt. And remember, big money.
I regret, monsieur, that I cannot oblige you.
What's wrong with my proposition?
If you will forgive me for being personal, I do not like your face, Mr. Ratchet. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to finish my coffee peacefully.
nightcap, Monsieur Poirot?
A cup of coffee, Monsieur Fauché. Then I will retire to my new compartment.
I'm sure you will find it to be most comfortable.
We have stopped?
Yes, sir. Belgrade Station. If you'd like to go out and get some fresh air, now is the time. The train leaves at 9:15.
No, I see that it is snowing. I will not seek out the fresh air.
Probably a wise decision. May I suggest a chocolate to accompany your coffee? It is produced by my father, the best chocolatier in Switzerland.
I would never refuse a chocolate with such high recommendation.
I know you will enjoy it, and please let me know if there is anything else you require.
Et voilà. Everything was perfect. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Is there anything you require, monsieur?
No, merci.
Why, I thought you'd left us. You said you were getting off at Belgrade.
You misunderstood me.
But, man, your baggage, it's gone.
It has been moved into another compartment, that is all.
Oh, I see. I wish you a good night, Monsieur Poirot.
Good night.
I hope you'll sleep well and that your head will be better in the morning.
It is just the cold. I'm now making myself a cup of tea.
I hope it'll warm you up.
Monsieur Ratchet seems very upset. Finally, a real bed fit for a king or a very tired detective.
Monsieur Ratchet?
Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé.
Good night, madame.
The American lady?
Yes, don't worry. You'll know how Mrs. Hubbard is. Imagine to yourself the time I have had with her. She insists, but insists, that there is a man in her compartment. Just imagine it, monsieur. In a space of this size, where would he conceal himself? I argue with her. I point out that it is impossible. She insists. She woke up and there was a man there. And how, I ask, did he get out? And leave the door bolted behind him? But she will not listen to reason.
That one does not leave time to listen. The train has stopped, Mr. Michel?
We have run into a snowdrift. Heaven knows how long we shall be here. I remember once being snowed in for 7 days.
Where are we?
Between Winkowski and Brod.
Oh la la. It's time for me to go back to bed.
I wish you a good night, monsieur. Or what is left of it.
The train is still stuck and the snow continues to fall. I should have taken an airplane. Well, I must make the best of it and join the other passengers for breakfast. The train still hasn't left. Finest of curling irons for the moustache. Wax to preserve the perfect symmetry of the moustache.
to mustache comb to tame unruly knots.
Good morning, Monsieur Michel.
Good morning, sir. Please enjoy our special breakfast in our restaurant.
This delay is intolerable. I am supposed to be demonstrating the Firenze in Paris in 2 days.
Ah, your electric car. Yes, that's bad luck.
Bad luck? If I miss that
My daughter
demonstration,
said it would be the easiest way in the world. Just sit on the train until I got to Paris. And now we may be here for days, and my boat sails the day after tomorrow. How am I going to catch it now? I can't even send an email to cancel it.
Good morning, madam. The snow is a predicament, is it not?
I am Russian. Snow is no stranger to me.
Ah, the accent. Would it be St. Petersburg?
You are very perceptive. Monsieur Poirot, is it not?
And may I take it, I have the honor of addressing Princess Natalia Dragomirov.
Past was taken from me by the Stalinists. When they were gone, I became director of the St. Petersburg Museum of Antiquities to restore and preserve what I can of my country's history.
Still, the delay must be vexing.
If I must be late for my appointments, then they will wait.
I know that I would certainly wait, madame. It has been my extreme pleasure to make your acquaintance, madame.
Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
A beautiful piano, what a luxury. Pity there's no one to play it.
Mademoiselle, you are not concerned about the train stopping?
What can one do?
Indeed, this does not make the train move. You have great strength to remain calm at a time like this.
I know one far, far stronger than I.
And that is?
Well, that old lady, for instance. You have probably noticed her. She just has to lift her little finger and ask for something in a polite voice, and the whole train runs.
It runs also for my friend Monsieur Bouc, but that is because he is a director of the line, not because he has a masterful character.
You don't have to have a strong will when you have power. But I suspect I did not need to tell you that, Mr.
Poirot.
Mr. Poirot.
Good morning, Mr. Fauchet. You have early customers, I see.
Yes, I am stuck serving here as well at breakfast. Everyone is impatient. They keep complaining that the train is not moving. As if I could get out and push it.
It's too early for me to order a boxcar. That is the appropriate drink, I believe.
A gin, triple sec, lemon and grenadine mix. A drink for a train indeed.
But not perhaps for my breakfast. I think I will settle for an omelette.
Good luck, sir. Miss Nielsen is helping to serve in the dining car.
Personally, I think it's very important
How long are we expected to be stranded here?
It won't do much good complaining to me. That fellow there with the moustache, he may know something.
Excusez-moi, sir.
Yes?
Monsieur Bouc asks for you to join him in compartment 203.
Look here, Poirot. Can you tell us anything?
I can tell you the snow, it will not move aside on its own.
Of course, but you obviously have some influence with Bouc.
I am going to see him now. I will ask him if he has any information. Another golden moustache to treasure.
Ah, my good friend, come in. We have need of you.
What has occurred?
A passenger lies dead in his bed, stabbed.
A passenger? Which passenger?
In there. He's an American, a man called Ratchet. It was his valet, Masterman, who was worried that Mr. Ratchet was not awake yet. Pierre Michel, the conductor, decided to break in and found the body.
I see. Well, my friend, I think it is best not to touch anything and wait for the police to arrive.
Oh, I tried to call the police, but there is no cell tower for many kilometers. We could be stuck in the snow for hours. The murderer is with us. On the train, now! The sooner we catch him, the sooner we'll be out of danger. Dr. Constantine is already examining the body.
Mon ami, this is not a missing train ticket. We must follow procedure. We must wait for the police to secure the crime scene.
Please, Poirot. I will take full responsibility.
Book, you ask. Well, if we cannot contact the outside world, then... Oh, you are going to drive me crazy. In truth, this problem intrigues me. I was reflecting not half an hour ago that many hours of boredom lay ahead whilst we are stuck here. And now, a problem lies ready to my hand.
You accept then?
C'est entendu. You place the matter in my hands.
Mr. Poirot, I am Dr. Constantine.
Forgive me, Doctor. You are a medical examiner?
No, but I have assisted in post-mortems at Nairobi Hospital, where I am a teaching fellow.
I am familiar with your excellent institution.
I do not intend to perform a full autopsy, but a preliminary examination should be of some use.
Of course. May I have a look? Then we can compare notes.
Please. If you need any help, I won't be far away.
This is wrong. But I'm never far from... I must admit I'm not right this time. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong. But I'm never... No, not good. This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. No, not good. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. That's the right answer. Where can the killer have gone? This door communicates with compartment 204. The latch is open on this side. The snow is falling only lightly this morning. The murderer would have left tracks in the snow if he had jumped out the window. The chain lock is broken. Monsieur Michel told me that he broke the chain on the door to get into the room. The watch is broken. The hands are stopped at 1:15 a.m. One would expect that to be the time when the attack occurred.
As you see, the victim has been stabbed many times. Several alone would have been fatal.
Yes, I agree. An attack most savage.
I will, of course, prepare a complete report on my findings.
Thank you. I'll take photos. A handkerchief. There's a letter H embroidered on it. Did it belong to a ratchet? This phone was deliberately smashed. I'm sure I will find some interesting things inside.
Last night, Monsieur Ratchet said he takes precautions. I see now what he meant. He knew he was in danger and wanted to be ready, yet it was no use to him. I will leave it here for the police. The chain lock is broken. So, the murderer must have exited through Madame Hubert's room.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but I must question you.
Of course. I must be considered under suspicion like everyone else.
May I know your movements last night?
I share compartment 101 with Mr. Book. He would not stop talking about his beloved train. I listened to him for hours talking about his Orient Express.
My friend Book will no doubt confirm this. Did you know the victim?
Not at all. I noticed him last night at dinner, but I did not pay much attention.
Did you touch anything in here this morning?
I checked for a pulse. There was none. Rigor mortis had commenced. The body was cool to the touch. I touched nothing else.
What can you tell me about the victim?
He died from multiple stab wounds of varying angles and depth. More than one would have been fatal. I would place the time of death roughly between midnight and 2 a.m. With more time, I hope I can be more precise.
I assume the open window complicates matters.
Indeed. Conditions are not perfect.
Thank you for your help, Doctor. I wonder what could be in this photo. I wonder what could be in this photo. A box of sleeping pills. Expensive clothing, recently laundered. Not exactly the reading material one would expect of a man like Ratchet. For Daisy. Interesting. That was easy. Unusual letter, this. A meeting place on the back of a postcard. Someone with the initials A.W. Ratchet had an appointment he will never keep. Not very surprising. think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. I can't imagine Ratchet taking a sleeping pill if he feared for his life. That's the right answer. My little grey cells did not let me down. I think I've seen everything I need at the moment. I'm counting on you to finish your analysis.
I'll have a more detailed report for you as soon as I can.
So, Poirot, did you find anything out?
It's a bit early for the handcuffs, my friend, even for Hercule Poirot. Do not worry, mon ami. I believe our culprit has no plans to strike again. Monsieur Ratchet was the target. Of that I am convinced.
Don't you trust your old friend?
My friend, calm yourself. I must hear your story in order to corroborate other accounts.
Ah, naturally. Let me see. I went to my compartment after dinner. Dr. Constantine was already there. We talked about his career. He's a Cambridge man, you know. After university, he returned to his country and has done much good there. He was so interested in the Orient Express. I told him all the anecdotes I know. I'm not certain when we fell asleep, but it was very late.
Here is what I have found out. Monsieur Ratchet was stabbed many times. I also found threatening letters in his safe. He had a loaded gun under his pillow, so he was on guard, ready to defend himself. However, there was an empty glass with white residue at the bottom. I suspect a barbiturate. Perhaps he was forced to take it. In any case, I am certain he was unconscious, unable to defend himself. I also found several other items at the crime scene, possibly related to the murder. They must be investigated.
By all means, Poirot. As fast as you can.
I also found liquid for an electronic cigarette, but I could not find a vape. This might belong to the murderer.
This criminal is an amateur.
I need a list of the passengers with their compartment numbers.
Pierre Michel will have it.
I must interview the rest of the passengers and the staff.
I'll be in the bar car if you need me. We are hours late. Soon I hope help will arrive.
Monsieur Michel, I must ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
I will do everything I can to help.
First of all, tell me about yourself.
Very well. My name, as you know, is Pierre Michel. I am from Calais. I've been with the company for over 15 years.
Thank you. I do not think that's the right answer. Et voilà. Can you provide me with a listing of the passengers and their rooms, please?
Yes, certainly.
Are you a smoker?
Indeed.
Do you smoke e-cigarettes?
No. Tobacco only.
I would like to reconstruct with your help the events of last night. Monsieur Ratchet retired to bed. When?
Almost immediately after dinner, sir. Actually, before we left Belgrade.
Did anybody go into his compartment after that?
His valet, monsieur. Monsieur Masterman. And then his secretary, the young American gentleman. Monsieur McQueen.
And that is the last time you saw or heard of him?
No, monsieur. You forget that Monsieur Ratchet rang his bell around 12:40 a.m., soon after we had stopped. I knocked at the door, but he called out in French, "Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé." I then left to answer another bell that had just rung.
Where were you at 1:15 a.m.?
I was sitting on my little seat at the end of the car, facing up the corridor.
Are you sure?
I left a little after 1 a.m. to speak about the snow with my colleague Jean in the bar car. I came back later. There was a call. I remember speaking to you.
Indeed, I remember. Carry on.
It was the American lady, Madame Hubbard. She thought she saw a man in her compartment. Then, around 1:50 a.m., I made the bed for Monsieur Ratchet's secretary, Monsieur McQueen. He had spent the evening talking with the English Captain Arbuthnot. At 2 a.m., I returned to my place and stayed there until dawn.
What is the last station where we stopped?
Vinkovsky.
Could someone have come on board?
Possibly. I was very busy. 10 a.m.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good. Et voilà. Good morning, madam. I am Hercule Poirot.
Caroline Hubbard. What can I do for you, Mr. Poirot?
I am the bearer of unfortunate news.
It's obvious with all the commotion that something has happened.
Madame Hubbard, I am afraid your neighbor, Monsieur Ratchet, was murdered last night.
Oh my God! I knew it! I knew it!
I would like to ask you some questions, but first, may I inspect your room?
Of course, yes, you must.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. The luxury of the Orient Express is present in every detail. This door connects to Monsieur Ratchet's compartment. It was latched on this side. You can never have too many of these. Madame, please tell me about last night.
The murderer was right here in my compartment. Couldn't scream. I pressed the call button. I pressed and pressed. I heard footsteps running in the corridor, then a knock on my door. "Come in," I screamed. And I switched on the lights at the same time. And would you believe it? There wasn't a soul there.
You think he went back into the other compartment?
How do I know where he went? I had my eyes shut tight. The conductor came in. I told the man what had happened, and he didn't seem to believe me. I asked him to search the room, but he found nothing. I told the conductor to look at the door between the compartments, and sure enough, it wasn't bolted. Well, I soon saw to that. I told him to bolt it, then and there.
How is it you didn't bolt the door between the two compartments?
But I had. Well, as a matter of fact, I asked that Swedish lady, Olsen, Greta, if it was bolted, and she said it was.
How was it you could not see for yourself?
I was already in bed, and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was.
What time was it when you asked her to do this for you?
Oh, it must have been around 10:30 or 10:45 p.m. She'd come along to see if I had an aspirin, but instead of opening my door, she opened Mr. Ratchet's door by mistake. He said something quite rude, like, "Not a chance, lady, you're too old." It shocked her. She came in. I told her where to find the aspirin, and she got it out of my toiletry bag. Poor girl, she didn't have a good night.
The same could be said for Monsieur Ratchet. It appears Mademoiselle Olsen may be the last person to see Ratchet alive. Is this your handkerchief?
No, not at all.
Yet it is embroidered with an initial H, like your name.
I don't care. It's not mine, and I would certainly never buy something so impractical as that frilly thing.
Are you a smoker?
No, definitely not. Filthy habit.
I have not finished inspecting your room. If you don't mind, let's see if Mrs. Hubbard was telling the truth about the latch of the connecting door. This hook is probably where Mrs. Hubbard hung her toiletry bag. I can see the latch very well from here, even with the toiletry bag
attached. I'll have to clear that up with Mrs. Hubbard. Mrs. Hubbard, you told me that the door connecting the two compartments was closed, correct?
Yes, it was, as I told you. I was already in bed and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was. That's why I asked Miss Olsen to check if it was closed.
Are you sure everything you've told me is accurate, Madame Hubbard?
Of course. I have an excellent memory.
You said you couldn't see the latch from your bed, yet you had to get up from your bed to give Mademoiselle Olsen the aspirin.
No, I stayed in bed and told her the aspirin was in my toiletry bag in the vanity. I did ask her to check if the latch between the compartments was closed.
You must have had a moment in the evening when you...
I didn't feel like getting out of bed. Then the Swedish girl came in.
Mrs. Hubbard, I tested putting your toiletry bag on the door hook as you told me. From your bed, you can easily see the latch on the door. The toiletry bag does not hide the latch at all.
Are you saying I'm lying? It may have been stuck somehow in a different position. Or I may not have seen it in the darkness. Or I didn't think to look, you irritating man.
Details matter, madame. A man has been most savagely murdered. You will excuse me if I attempt to separate the truth from the false.
Forget my toiletry bag and focus on who entered my compartment. Probably after killing Mr. Ratchet.
Madame Hubbard is a force to be reckoned with, but I suspect I'm not done with her. I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. While Monsieur Michel was chatting with Monsieur Fauchet in the bar car between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., the murderer could have escaped Ratchet's room without being seen. That was easy. This is the most likely answer. According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
Monsieur Edward Masterman, I believe. May I ask you some questions?
I can barely talk. I have a terrible toothache.
We have a doctor on board the train. Perhaps...
I do not need a doctor. I use essential oils. If you can find my flask of clove oil in my box, I would be grateful.
Fine, if you insist. I will help you. By the smell, I think that the jojoba is legible. I must find another way to find which one is Masterman's toothache remedy. The weighing scale is soaked in jojoba oil. It's unusual. Ah, this old scale will do the job. To start, I must first arrange the vials from the lightest to the heaviest. Now that I know the order, I think that I can easily guess which one is the clove oil. Here is Monsieur Masterman's remedy. Here is your remedy. I hope it will help.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I can finally speak without too much pain. I'm ready to answer your questions.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's valet?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Were you told that your employer was murdered?
Yes, sir. A very shocking occurrence.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. At what hour did you last see Monsieur Ratchet?
It must have been around 9 p.m., sir. That or a little after. I went to bed around 10:30 p.m., same as the person who shares my room, Mr. Foscarelli. He almost immediately began snoring.
What did you do then?
I read, sir, and I spent a while soothing my toothache with clove oil and listening to the snoring.
Did you hear anything during the night?
Yes, my roommate snoring.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, sir. I have a cigarette now and then to relax.
Tell me about your employer, Monsieur Ratchet.
I've been working for him for 9 months. I should not wish to speak ill of the dead, but he was not a gentleman, sir.
Did you know that he had enemies?
Yes, sir. I heard him discussing some threatening letters, sir, with Mr. McQueen.
Did he mention these letters to you?
He had been reading a letter when I came in. He asked me if I was the one who put it in his compartment. I told him that I had done no such thing, and he should report it to the police at the next station.
How did he respond?
He laughed, sir.
You're joking.
I do not joke, sir.
Forgive me, I can see you do not. Was he taking sleeping pills?
Always when traveling by train, sir. He said he couldn't sleep otherwise. Last night he asked me to give him 2. I did so, along with a glass of water. He dissolved them in the water.
Did you see him drink the water?
No, sir. I left right after I gave him the pills.
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No. He finds smokers disgusting.
Can you tell me again why you gave sleeping pills to Monsieur Ratchet?
Yes, I gave him the pills because when he takes the train, he has trouble sleeping. The letter must have worried him. He specifically asked me to prepare the sleeping pills. I didn't see him drink the water with the pills in it.
I need some hard evidence to prove he's lying.
But how can you say that?
He received threatening letters, one, it seems, last night. Did you know he had a gun under his pillow? And even asked for my help to watch over him? I find it strange that he asked you for sleeping pills when he was afraid for his life and prepared to defend himself.
I'm sure I don't know. Maybe to calm his nerves, maybe out of habit.
It makes no sense.
Wait, please. Isn't it possible that Mr. Ratchet asked me to prepare the pills, but didn't plan to drink them for some reason?
It is possible. But I am a student of character, monsieur, and the Monsieur Ratchet you describe is not the man I met.
If you'll excuse me, my toothache is getting worse again.
I'm afraid this time you must prepare your own clove oil. I believe I am addressing Monsieur Hector McQueen?
Guilty as charged.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, sorry. Just an expression. My father used to say it.
You must have had an interesting childhood. I am Hercule Poirot.
No need to be modest. You're a detective.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's secretary?
I am Mr. Ratchet's secretary. Just over a year. I mainly take care of translating certain texts for him. Mr. Ratchet only speaks English.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Your employer, Monsieur Ratchet, is dead.
So they got him after all.
What do you mean? You are assuming he was murdered?
I know he had enemies.
What can you tell me about Monsieur Ratchet?
He was American. He was an antiques dealer. I don't know much more. Mr. Ratchet never talked about himself or his life. But I think Ratchet wasn't his real name. And he left the United States to run away from something. Or someone.
Yes?
He started getting letters. Threatening letters.
Do you still have them?
I have one.
Did you know that Monsieur Ratchet had asked for my help?
Asked you? No, I didn't know.
He knew he was in danger. When did you last see him?
Last night around 10 o'clock, I should say.
Did you like your employer, Monsieur McQueen?
No, I did not. He was, I'm sure, a cruel and dangerous man.
I found a diary in Monsieur Ratchet's safe. Did you know about it?
I kept a business appointment book, but I know he had a personal diary as well. That looks like it.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, I smoke cigarettes. I've tried to quit, but no luck.
Can you give me this letter, please?
Of course, here it is.
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No, he hated the smell of smoke.
Another delightful trophy for my collection.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can.
Here is a jacket button. It bears the logo of the Orient Express. I found a jacket button on your table. It looks like it belongs to... a passenger on the train who may have entered your room.
Miss Olsen was my only visitor. Besides the intruder, of course. But that doesn't look like a regular button, does it?
No, it has the Orient Express logo engraved on it. Thank you for your assistance, madame. I found a button from an Orient Express staff jacket. Did you lose one by any chance?
No, monsieur. As you can see, I have all my buttons. It is not mine.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can. Can you tell me your movements last night?
I went back to my compartment. I read a little. In Belgrade, I went out onto the platform to smoke, but it was cold. I quickly went back in. I then went to Mr. Ratchet's compartment to take some dictation for him. I left around 10 o'clock. I saw Captain Arbuthnot. We ended up chatting in my compartment. Then we went out on the platform to quickly stretch our legs at Binkovsky. He left around 2 o'clock.
Thank you. I will need to check Monsieur McQueen's story with Captain Arbuthnot.
No, not good. I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I do not think that's the right answer. No, not good. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good. I must admit I'm not right this time. The murderer may have impersonated Ratchet by calling Monsieur Michel to make it seem that Ratchet was still alive at 12:37 a.m. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Et voilà. This appears to be a good lead. According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
So, my friend, have you found our killer?
Not yet, but I will tell you what I have learned.
Please.
Our assassin could have gotten on the train at Vinkovsky disguised as a conductor, entered Ratchet's room and killed him. Then he walked out through Madame Hubbard's connecting door, where he lost a button from his jacket. He had to wait for men had left the station.
He was trapped aboard.
Indeed, he had opened the window to make it look that he'd escaped that way. However, if he waited until the train stopped again due to snow, his footprints would have been found.
The murderer is still among us, on the train.
There's a problem with the second-class toilets.
What now?
All morning passengers have been complaining that the door is locked, so I went to check. I knocked, but no one answered. I didn't think I should open it without speaking to you first.
You did well, Monsieur Michel. Lead the way.
I use my master key.
But who is she? Is she alive?
She is breathing.
Then if she isn't dead, isn't she our murderer?
That, my friend, is what we must find out. The ticket reads Joanna Locke, traveling in compartment 105. Miss, can you hear me? She's breathing. Her pulse is strong. There is no sign of physical violence. This woman is sleeping very soundly. This woman is sound asleep. Given her location, I would say she has been drugged and deposited here.
Well, at least it's not another murder on my train.
The train is, of course, full.
Monsieur, the list I gave you indicates that Hildegard Schmidt shares her compartment.
I will want to talk to her later. For now, we will concentrate on this mysterious young lady. Let's return her to her more comfortable bed.
Good idea. Pierre, locate this woman's room and fetch the doctor.
Yes, sir.
I will question her when she wakes up.
Please, let me know what you learn.
Mademoiselle Locke's compartment is 105. I suggest we return her to her more comfortable bed.
Yes, hopefully she will awaken soon.
A cup of tea with white residue at the bottom. A briefcase and a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, and the button is missing.
Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4? But of course you know what you're doing. It is booby-trapped, is it? Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now. Have you...
Book. Silent like a mouse, please.
I will not utter another word. Not one.
Book, There will be another murder on the Orient Express in a moment. The stuffed animal is the same as in the photo found at the crime scene.
What a coincidence.
Mademoiselle Locke appears to have been investigating Monsieur Hatchet.
The stuffed animal is the same as...
What a coincidence.
Mademoiselle Locke appears to...
Mademoiselle Locke seems very interested in our victim.
Of course. She has studied her target.
Possibly. This badge says that Joanna Locke is an American detective with the Berkshire Police Department in Massachusetts.
An American police officer? Oh.
She has a gun.
Come, Poirot. Criminals are often known to carry one.
Ratchet was stabbed, not shot.
But then why take it on the train?
Her driver's license confirms her identity. She is American.
These are fake IDs. It's certain. Look, she's waking up.
Thanks to you, I would not be surprised if our murder victim were also waking up.
What?
Oh, my head. What's all the yelling about?
Who are you? Give me a good reason why you should not be in handcuffs.
I can give you a reason, Book. Whose handcuffs will we use? I have none. Do you?
Well,
You are Joanna Locke, mademoiselle?
Yes, Joanna Locke. I'm a detective. Berkshire, Massachusetts Police.
I have found your credentials, mademoiselle.
And I know who you are, Mr. Poirot.
Then, if the introductions are complete, perhaps the explanations may begin.
I'll try. It's simple, really. I'm on the trail of a murderer.
I had just been promoted to detective after 5 years on patrol. It was my first time on a major case. It had been a month since Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped. The Armstrongs were desperate for some sign of hope. I was there only for paperwork, to fill in some blanks. A topographical map, often more important than a road map in these mountains. The investigation is now part of a pile of investigations, and my captain sent me here just to dot some I's and cross some T's. The crime was audacious. How could the kidnapper know which was the window of Daisy's room? No, they could use a ladder to reach it, and no, they could enter the room without being seen. The misspellings are clearly on purpose, and they didn't return the child when the ransom was paid. How could the child be taken with so many people in the house? I can't imagine the pain her parents felt when they realized Daisy was gone. How are they going to feel when they realize I have no answers for them? Only more questions. That's why I'm here. A damn computer glitch. Or somebody pushed delete instead of save. Whatever happened, we lost the nanny's deposition. So my entire contribution to the investigation is to take it again. The phone record of the night of the kidnapping. The last call was for 911. Good evening. Colonel Armstrong?
Yes. You're the detective they phoned about.
Joanna Locke.
I don't remember you.
I'm newly assigned to the case.
It's about time more detectives were involved. My wife, Sonia, she hasn't been herself. Every day is a waking nightmare for us. Tell me you've uncovered something new.
I'm here to speak to your daughter's nanny. There was a computer problem. Her earlier statement has been lost.
Oh, I see. We had hoped. Well, do as you wish. I won't be far if you need me.
Their fairy tale became a nightmare. Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. Thoughtful, but never enough. What a dear child. Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold. Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
Her room is upstairs across the hall from Daisy's. She seldom leaves it.
How are you doing? Are you holding up?
You know, in the military, you're supposed to have the stiffest of upper lips. The Desert War taught me that soon enough. But this, it's difficult. Damned difficult. Harder on my good lady, of course.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time.
A toy train. Now here I am on a real one. Hello, are you Suzanne Moreau, Daisy's nanny?
Yes?
I'm Joanna Locke, a detective working on Daisy's case.
Is there any news?
I'm afraid not.
How can I help you?
I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I have to take your statement again concerning the evening of Daisy's disappearance. There was a computer problem. Your statement was accidentally deleted.
Of course. I want to help any way I can.
Tell me about that night in your own words.
The Armstrongs had a party. To raise money for a museum, I think. Mrs. Armstrong is on her board. I was in charge of Daisy. I stayed with the little one all evening, playing with her and reading books to her. She couldn't sleep with all the noise and the comings and goings.
When did you notice Daisy was missing?
I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She's in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in her bed. I thought she might have gone to look at the party, but then I saw the ransom note on her pillow. I screamed and screamed. I couldn't stop.
Do you have any idea who did this?
No! I can't see who could have done such a horrible thing. The Armstrongs are such good people. Like my own family.
Did you notice anything unusual before that?
I was with Daisy all evening. Finally, she fell asleep. I didn't see anyone else or notice anything in particular.
Thank you for giving me your statement again. I'll get back to you if I have any questions.
I won't be far.
Okay, I have Suzanne's statement, but her answers need some checking. Lyon, in France. What a lovely looking city. This information does not correspond to what Suzanne told me. Suzanne said she left Daisy alone for 5 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she stayed with Daisy for a while and Suzanne did not return. The detective gets it right. The world through the eyes of a child seems so sweet. Not really my style, but I'll take it. A toy castle. When I was a kid, I had a police station and a tiny squad car with a siren that really worked. Mrs. Armstrong, my name is Joanna Locke. I'm a detective investigating the kidnapping of your daughter. May I talk to you? When is your baby due? Mrs. Armstrong? Sonia?
Want to see my daughter again. That's all that matters.
The poor woman. I can't imagine how she feels. And another baby on the way. Everything looks okay here. That's it. No rookie mistake there. Mrs. Armstrong, let me show you this.
Daisy, my little Daisy. I miss her so much. How good it is to see her face.
I can't imagine the pain you're feeling right now.
She loved her little stuffed animal, Fluffy. She took him everywhere with her. The kidnappers took it as well. They didn't have to. That means they wouldn't hurt her, doesn't it?
Every lead will be followed up. You have my word on that.
Thank you. I shouldn't lose hope. Somehow.
I know it isn't my case, but I just made a promise, and I mean to keep it. Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
She's in her room. Last door on the left.
Tell me about the night Daisy was taken, especially anything about your daughter and Suzanne Moreau.
Apart from seeing to our guests, I took a moment to check on Suzanne and Daisy in Daisy's room. Suzanne wasn't there, but Daisy was asleep. I sat with her for 10 minutes or so. Suzanne didn't return while I was there, but there's no reason for her to sit there all night when Daisy is asleep. I went back downstairs.
May I come back if I have more questions?
Of course. Anything I can do.
Okay, the stories Sonia and Suzanne tell don't match. That is not exactly what Suzanne told me earlier. Suzanne was on the phone more than 5 minutes. The detective gets it right. If I understand you correctly, you left Daisy when she was not asleep?
The party was very loud. Daisy was too wound up to sleep. I read her a Motley Mule detective story to try and put her to sleep. Daisy finally fell asleep. Right before Motley Mule solved his case in the book I was reading her. I had to make a quick phone call. No more than 5 minutes. But when I came back, Daisy was gone.
Are you sure you were only gone for 5 minutes?
5, 6, what does it matter? It was very quick.
What you're telling me doesn't really agree with what Mrs. Armstrong says.
Mrs. Armstrong must have looked in right after I'd left.
That's how it could have happened. But the timing of the kidnapping had to be so precise. How could it be? I need to find something more concrete. You say you were only away 5 or 6 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she was alone there more like 10 minutes, way longer than you said.
My mother is extremely ill. It's difficult for me. I may have lost track of time. When I came back, Daisy had disappeared. It must have been a coincidence.
You have to be precise, Suzanne. A little girl's life is at stake.
Why are you doing this? I didn't do anything wrong. I would never hurt Daisy.
I need to check Suzanne's story. She's panicking. Why now? Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
The number you have called is not in service at this time. Please hang up and dial again, or contact your service provider.
The number Suzanne called is not in service? A hospital? I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me. That is a great detective job. The kidnapper places a ladder under the window to Daisy's room. Then he joins the party, just one guest in the crowd. He somehow knows when Suzanne leaves the room, then sneaks upstairs. He opens Daisy's window, carries her down the ladder, and vanishes. I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me. I spoke with Suzanne. She was phoning her mother. That's why you didn't see her when you went to check on Daisy.
Yes, her mother. I tried to call the poor woman earlier that week, but the hospital said she's been in a medically induced coma for more than 2 months.
Suzanne told me she called her mother, but she would have known her mother was in a coma. I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me. Did you see Miss Moreau during the party?
I remember seeing her at some point, but otherwise no. I was too busy with my guests. Wear the smile, shake the proffered hand.
Ms. Moreau told me she called her mother.
Well, why not? I believe they are very close, and the poor woman is not well. She needs some experimental treatment that isn't available yet in France.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
The number you called that night is no longer in service.
I don't understand. That's the number the hospital gave me to call my mother's room.
You told me you were on the phone with your mother when Daisy was abducted.
As we said earlier, I didn't pay attention and was on the phone longer than I said. But since my mother is very ill, she had to leave her hometown, Lyon, because the treatment is not approved yet in France. She is in an hospital in Boston for a special treatment. I call her every night to check on her. When I came back, Daisy was gone. I'll never forgive myself.
Are you sure you called your mother?
Yes. Every night since she was admitted in December.
Your mother had to leave a country renowned for its social security, where healthcare is affordable, and go to Boston for expensive, specialized treatment. I imagine that the cost of her care must be high. Did you think that your share of the ransom would pay for your mother's care?
How can you think that I would allow Daisy to be kidnapped for money? She's like my daughter. I could never imagine such a thing.
Her reaction seemed sincere, but I needed to see how she'd react.
Suzanne, I checked. The number you say is a hospital appears to be disconnected. That's pretty strange, don't you think?
It's always worked in the past.
The area code for Boston is 617. This was 413. That's our local area code.
She's obviously lying, but why? She seems to really care about Daisy.
Suzanne, I think you really care for Daisy. If you do, then tell me the truth. You can't have been calling your mother while she's in a coma.
My mom really is in a hospital in Boston. She really is in a coma. I wasn't calling her. I was on the phone with my boyfriend, Noah.
Why lie about it? Why are you panicking?
Because he's gone. I haven't heard from him since the night of the kidnapping. I'm afraid he's somehow connected to Daisy's disappearance. That he was just using me somehow. But I swear I talked to him. Yes, for more like 30 minutes that night. So he couldn't have kidnapped Daisy at the same time we were talking.
But he could have kept you talking so someone else could take Daisy.
Yes, you can see why I lied. Can't you? I was afraid you'd suspect me of having something to do with it. You can understand that, can't you?
Suzanne, I want to believe you, but you've made it harder to find Daisy. Do you realize that?
Oh my God. What have I done?
What's most important is not what you've done, but what you do now. Go. I'll be back to talk to you. No more lies, Suzanne. For Daisy, no more lies.
Noah. The name might lead us to that little girl. I am on this case now, whether my captain wants me to be or not. A locked diary? Let's see if I can shine some light on its secrets. A card from the florist. It's signed N. I expect Suzanne must have gone through a lot of tissues these past weeks. An Eiffel Tower keychain, but no key. Small jewelry box. By the size, I'm guessing earrings. Why put a key in a jewelry box? Huh. What's in the glass case? Ah, big surprise. Glasses. Okay, Suzanne, let's see what you haven't told me. I can see why Suzanne didn't tell me everything about this, Noah. It's clear when he disappeared that she realized something was very wrong. I imagine these flowers must have been beautiful. Who gave them to you?
The gardener. They're getting pretty wilted, but I hate to throw them away.
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you been together long?
My boyfriend? Why? He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Please, Suzanne, the sooner you answer my question, the sooner we'll be done.
His name is Noah Garrity. I met him at a Lunar New Year party in Great Barrington. He is a kind and caring person, although, well, I miss him. He had to go away on business. He should be back.
Know anything about Miss Moreau's boyfriend?
Her boyfriend? I know she went out with someone for a while there. More recently, I saw a man in a 4x4 who would pick her up on her nights off. He never got out of his car, just waited for her. She did seem to spend more time than usual on the phone these past few weeks, but she worked hard. We weren't going to begrudge her what free time she had. Since the abduction, she keeps pretty much to herself.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
Nothing shocks me here. These tire tracks could well be from Suzanne's boyfriend's 4x4. Score! 1 for the good guys.
Tread marks of a 4-wheel drive vehicle were found outside the garden on the night of the kidnapping. Noah drives one, doesn't he? Where is he, Suzanne? If you know anything more about him, you have to tell me.
I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible. He was very nice to me. He never did anything to make me suspicious. We went out to eat, to the movies. Just like a normal couple. He's not the only man in the Berkshires who drives that kind of car.
It says detective on your badge. Prove she's lying. Come on, Joanna. You can do better. Where is a lie detector when you need one?
You really didn't notice anything strange about Noah until he vanished?
He could get moody at times, as if he had a lot on his mind.
In your diary, you say that Noah took you to a cabin in the mountains on Valentine's Day.
You read my diary?
I'm sorry, but we have to find Daisy. We both want that. So yes, I looked in your diary.
You're right. He took me to a cabin in the woods. I waited for him in the car. He came out after a few minutes. He was very sweet and apologetic, but he never explained. Never.
So what made Noah drive all the way to a cabin in the middle of nowhere? He left her in the car. Why was he there? This is important. I know it is. I can use Suzanne's directions to the cabin and compare them to the map of the area I have in my car.
Can you tell me anything about Suzanne's boyfriend?
I know she dated our chauffeur for a while. There was someone else she'd met recently, but I don't recall his name.
Thanks to the information Suzanne gave me, I should be able to find the cabin on this map. Be the right place. That doesn't really match. Probably not here. I've got it. The cabin has to be here. I have to find that cabin. I hope I'm not too late. Okay, here is this famous cabin. Let's investigate. Noah brought Suzanne to this dump on Valentine's Day? What a romantic. There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin. There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin. There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin. That window is too high to see through. That barrel is sturdy enough. I could climb on it.
Is anyone there?
Nobody. I can't just waltz in without a warrant. If only I could see what's inside. Ugh, an old hunting trophy starting to molt. Empty wine bottles. Somebody has been here lately. It's Daisy's plush toy. If Fluffy is here, the kidnapper has been here. I have to get inside this cabin. A maul for splitting wood. Perfect for attacking doors. There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin. Look at that. A broken door to investigate. No need for a warrant. The stove is cold. Nobody's been here recently. Some people seem to have played here before. Some boxes. I wonder what they were used for. A lot of tools. I guess somebody noticed the cabin was about to fall down. That's a woman's hairbrush. Did Suzanne actually come in here after all? This bottle comes from the Blue Lagoon. I've earned a gold mustache. It's fluffy, no doubt about it. The floor is scratched and worn in this area. The sofa must have been moved a lot.
There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin. There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin. There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin. Damn, it's booby-trapped. If I move, it could go off, and that countdown tells me it wants to go off anyway. Since I'm telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce
I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb. Since I'm telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb. Since I'm telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb. That should do it. Wow, I wonder if that's how close it was. This would have ended my investigation right here. These rods are heading towards the canisters. It must be the trigger for the explosion. I smell a strong, sweet smell. Damn. I think these are filled to the brim with diethyl ether. Incredibly flammable. It looks like the kidnappers wanted to utterly destroy this place and whoever opened this hatch. A wooden crate? I have to open it. Oh no. Daisy. No. I called in my discovery of the body. Then there was nothing I could do except protect the site for forensics. The forensics team arrived an hour later, cordoned off the cabin with crime scene tape, and went to work, looking for physical evidence, fingerprints, testing for fluids, DNA, any clues science can uncover. They removed Daisy's body. The autopsy would take place in the morning. But I had one more stop to make. That night, I swore to find the monster who killed that child. Ratchet on train saw me? How? Daisy.
She was awake?
And then she collapsed again.
I take the responsibility.
Oh.
Lie still while I examine you. Pupils dilated?
I'm all right.
You are far from all right. You have been heavily sedated. Your pulse is very weak.
I have to finish my story. Ratchet can't escape again. Can't escape.
Have no fear of that, mademoiselle. Ratchet will not escape.
We must hear her story.
This woman needs rest. I will let you know when she is recovered enough to continue. But I warn you, it will be some time.
I understand, Doctor. Thank you.
I have completed my preliminary examination of the deceased. I think that it will interest you.
Indeed it will, and I have other witnesses to interrogate. You are right. Let's not put this poor woman in danger. There will be plenty of time for her to finish her story when she has recovered. By all means, tell me the results of your examination. That was easy. Can you estimate the time of death?
Rigor mortis was advanced, but not complete. I estimate the death occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning.
That tallies with the witness statements I've collected so far. What is the cause of death?
Multiple stab wounds to the upper torso. It's odd there are no signs of a struggle. That might indicate one of the first wounds was enough to kill him.
It seems that Monsieur Ratchet had taken sleeping pills during the night.
Ah, that would explain the lack of defensive wounds.
Mr. McQueen and Mr. Masterman told me that Monsieur Ratchet didn't smoke. Can you confirm this?
I can't say without a more extensive post-mortem.
What can you tell me about the stab wounds?
I counted 12 in all. 1 or 2 are so slight as to be practically scratches. On the other hand, at least 3 would be capable of causing death. The angle of the wounds is instructive. Most appear to have been struck by a right-handed person. But you see, this one, under the right armpit, it's not a deadly blow given the depth, but a right-hander couldn't have done it. It was most certainly struck with the left hand.
So, our murderer is left-handed. No, it is more difficult than that, is it not?
As you say, Mr. Poirot, some of these other blows are just as obviously right-handed.
Do we have a first and second murderer, as the great Shakespeare would put it? The first murderer stabs his victim and exits left, turning off the light. Then a second murderer comes in the dark, does not see his or her work has been done, and stabs a dead body.
Magnificent.
You think so? I'm glad. It sounds to me a little like nonsense. Thank you, Doctor. Excellent work under difficult circumstances. Please let me know when I may speak again with Mademoiselle Locke.
Of course.
Yes, that's certainly a good place to start. Yes, I have who they were. Yes, I suppose it's likely they will give me the list of who smokes what. My little grey cells did not let me down. Et voilà. How is Mademoiselle Locke, Doctor?
Her vital signs are improving, but she is still unconscious.
I understand. Thank you for looking after her. Most of the passengers pass by the bar during the day. They eat, drink, write. Maybe I can use this information for my investigation. Yes. Yes, it could work. He appears to be an observant young man and serves the passengers regularly. Well done. Yes, if I ask them to write something trivial, they may do it instinctively with their dominant hand. Brilliant. Yes, I will remember which people use their right or left. Mademoiselle Debenham, I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
Let's start with your movements last night.
There's little to tell. I went to bed and slept.
Did you know the man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed dark.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed. Do you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
I remember glancing at the clock. She left our room just after 10:30 p.m.
Was she away for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
That confirms what Madame Hubbard told me. Do you smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
Do you own a scarlet nightgown?
No, it isn't mine.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say, it isn't mine, meaning that you know who it belongs to, am I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a long time. I opened the door, and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono some way down the corridor. Her back was turned. It was impossible to see who it was.
I understand. Thank you for your assistance, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle, I am sorry to disturb you, but I need to ask you a few questions.
Are you the investigator?
I am.
We are lucky you are on the train. What do you want to know?
I hear, mademoiselle, that you were the last person to see the murdered man alive.
I do not know. It may be so. I opened the door of his compartment by mistake. I was much ashamed. It was a most awkward mistake.
You actually saw him?
Yeah, he was reading a book.
And what did you do after that, mademoiselle?
I went in to the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. I asked her for some aspirin, and she gave it to me. I usually carry extra aspirin for the refugees, but I gave mine to a camp in Turkey. They needed it more than me.
No, not good. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I do not think that's the right answer. Et voilà. Did Mrs. Hubbard ask you whether the communicating door between her compartment and that of Monsieur Ratchet was bolted?
Yes.
And was it?
Yes.
And after that, what did you do?
After that, I went back to my compartment, took the aspirin, and lay down. That was around 10:50 p.m.
Is there anyone else in your compartment?
Yeah, a young English lady. Very nice, very amiable.
After the train left Vinkovsky, did she leave the compartment?
No, I am sure she did not.
Why are you
used to waking at a sound? I am sure that if she had come down from the berth above, I should have awakened.
Did you yourself leave the compartment after that?
Not until this morning.
Do you have a scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?
No, indeed. I have a good comfortable dressing gown of Jaeger material.
Do you smoke, mademoiselle?
No, I can't stand the smell of tobacco.
Perhaps you will be so amiable as to write me down your address.
With pleasure.
Mademoiselle Olsen is indeed right-handed. This was a very interesting conversation, mademoiselle. I thank you.
If you have any other questions, I'll be in my compartment. Good luck, Mr. Poirot.
Great. Good. That was easy. Strange, this story. If Mademoiselle Olsen is such a light sleeper, why didn't she tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham getting out of bed? She even made a point to tell me the opposite. Et voilà. I'll observe her instead. I'll keep an eye on them instead. Good job. Fantastic. Great. Adequate. My little gray cells did not let me down. That's the right answer. Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
It is, of course, about the murder of Monsieur Ratchet. Can you tell me your movements last night?
I understand. Yesterday evening, I took a break at Vinkovsky station with Hotaru. We then went to our quarters in the staff accommodations, a section of the luggage car. Freya was there, reading, and I went to bed right after. Freya is there now, I think, and Hotaru is in the kitchen. They can verify my story.
What time was this?
11:30 p.m. or a bit after. The snow is beginning to fall heavily.
I see. Thank you. Can you write your address on this paper, please?
You want to pay me a visit?
Who knows, Monsieur Fauché? He is right-handed, there can be no doubt. Are you a smoker?
I'm trying to quit, but smoker, you should talk to Hotaru.
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can.
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
Ah, Monsieur Maury, would you have a few minutes to give me? I have some questions to ask you.
Do I look like I can answer questions? The room is spinning. My head is about to explode.
You were celebrating last night?
Celebrating? When Freya always wins. Ah, what am I saying? If you want my answers to your questions to make sense, help me recover. You see there, the magnet on the fridge. That is my special recipe. I call it my day after survival tonic. If you could make me my special tonic, I might survive long enough to answer your questions. Jean knows the recipe very well. He can help you with the preparation.
Very well, Monsieur Maury. If I must, I must. I will make you your day after survival tonic. Et voilà. I'm missing half of the tonic ingredients. I have all the ingredients for Monsieur Maury's tonic. I have to go and see Monsieur Fauché so he can prepare it for me. ha! Golden moustache. You for a moment.
Of course. How can I help?
Monsieur Fauché, I need your help to prepare a cocktail.
What is this phrase? This is music to my ears. What can I fix for you? A mojito? A gin and tonic? Or perhaps a martini? Shaken, not stirred?
It's not for me, but for Monsieur Maury.
Ah, his day after survival tonic. Unfortunately, I know it well.
Here is everything that was listed on the magnet.
Excellent! I can take it from here. Mr. Poirot, I'm uncertain about the lemon juice. Is it half a lemon or a full lemon for the recipe?
Half a lemon.
I can't remember if Hotaru prefers it with ginger or without. Do you remember?
I can assure you that he will want the ginger.
There you are, sir. Hotaru will be himself again.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Here you go, Mr. Maury. I hope this will help you.
Thank you very much. Please give me a moment. While this takes effect, it will be a while, I'm afraid. But I will not move from the kitchen.
Since I have to wait, do you know where I can find Mademoiselle Nielsen?
She is in the staff quarters in the luggage car. If the door is locked, John will have the key.
Thank you. I will return. I hope you have a speedy recovery. How are you feeling, Monsieur Maury?
Everything is still fuzzy. My tonic needs more time to take effect.
It's locked. Monsieur Maury told me that you are the one who has the key to open the luggage car door. I will need it.
Yes, that's right. Here it is. Please don't forget to give it back to me.
I will not forget, Monsieur Fauché. I have a favor to ask. Could you visit the passengers who are in their rooms and explain there has been an error with their allergy and diet form?
But, Monsieur Poirot, I made no errors.
Of course not. Call it a computer error.
Yes, it is possible, but even if I can see this is part of your investigation, I do not understand it.
I would ask that you observe which hand each passenger uses.
Ah, you wish to know if they use the right or left hand when they write?
That is my intention.
I will take on this mission for you.
Excellent.
三支公里之中咧，其實三支我哋都處理晒嘅，可能都有睇過嗰啲啦，咁係未處理到嘅。個原因就係佢喺馬路嘅主幹道下邊維修咧係絕對唔容易。咁好多人會有唔同嘅意見，市民有意見，路政署有意見，運輸署有意見，警務處有意見，環保署都有意見，佢一定係主動式嘅。只不過現實就係話，如果去到某一個地步，佢管理唔到或者控制唔到，個結果咧就變咗地唔食，只可以等佢爆 之後先至企到地去處。正所話水本淡，其實話數字
Empty rum bottles?
國家已經減到去5%，故此刺激者能進入得。國際方面，美國據報進一步收緊徵收。
Hello, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I ask you a few questions?
I don't have a minute. My career is ruined, and it's not my fault.
But how did this terrible thing come to pass?
My supplies, passenger luggage, our living space. There's so little room. I gave the cargo handlers in Istanbul strict instructions how to stack my crates containing the ingredients I need for my desserts. So as one box is used up, it can be discarded.
And these fools of cargo handlers did not follow your instructions?
Ignored completely. I have 4 crates that must be moved from there to here to correct the order they are stacked. But placing the wrong crate on top of a smaller crate will crush it, its contents, and my career.
Calm yourself, mademoiselle. I understand. So, the problem is these 4 crates must be moved there, but carefully.
Yes. I have to move these 4 boxes from this location to here. But there is not much space to move the boxes, and I have to be careful never to put a bigger box on top of a smaller one, or the smaller crate will be destroyed.
The problem is clear. I shall assist you.
Determine what they will be doing while they're here. 報道話，之前已經預約嘅清靜人士仍然可以進行，目前未清楚日後社交媒體背景審查有咩準則。據報魯比奧喺3月底嘅一份電報入面，曾經指示強制審查啲學生同埋交流訪問者簽證申請人嘅社交媒體，其中一個主要目的係拒絕對巴勒斯坦人持同情態度，批評美國同以色列人士嘅簽證申請。數字顯示，2023-24學年美國高等院校嘅國際學生數目創新高，有超過110萬，較對上一個學年增加7%。分析認為，當局一旦落實全社交媒體背景審查，唔單止可能嚴重拖慢海外學生簽證嘅處理進度，而且美國部分大學
Et voilà.
You are a lifesaver.
Or at least a dessert saver.
Thank you, thank you. I will gladly answer your questions.
Can you tell me your movements of last night?
Last night after dinner, I stayed in the kitchen until 12:15 a.m. Then I joined Jean and Totaru in our quarters. Then all of us read quietly in our beds until we fell asleep.
A very studious staff. However, Monsieur Maury doesn't seem to have followed the same literary pursuit as the others. And these rum bottles, do they have something to do with his hangover? I rather think that you didn't just read last night.
What makes you say that?
The empty rum bottles. Were their labels part of your reading last night?
My fault. I must have left them there before I put them in the bin. And these are straight from the bar. Our passengers must have drunk them.
I have my doubts. But why would she feel the need to lie? I spoke to Monsieur Maury. He seemed to be quite hungover. He even asked me to make him his day after tonic. He blurted out, "Freya always wins." Wins what? Looking around, it is clear you were gambling and drinking most of the night.
You don't understand. It's late when we're off duty, but we need to unwind. And now there's been a murder? Yes. I admit it. We went overboard last night. But please don't tell Mr. Book. It's against regulations. We could all be fired.
Mademoiselle, I realize your difficult jobs have been made more difficult. But as you say, there has been a murder. I must have the truth.
Of course. I'm so sorry.
It's not such a crime. I'll leave it there and check in with Monsieur Fauché. Would you mind writing your address on this paper? I'm asking everyone on the train for addresses, in case I need to contact them once they leave the train in Paris.
I understand.
Right-handed. Do you smoke?
No, I never have.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers, Miss Nielsen.
You're welcome.
Another golden moustache to treasure. How are you?
It's better. Thank you.
Then may I ask you some questions? It will not take long.
Quickly, please. I have hungry passengers to feed.
Please, write your address on this paper.
My address? I don't see why.
I think I hear Monsieur Bouc approaching.
My address? Yes, of course.
Another right-handed person. Not surprising, most people are. Très bien. Can you tell me your movements last night?
Oh, nothing special. When I went off duty, I joined John and Freya in a compartment. I read for a short while, then went to bed early.
Reading? I'm not sure you have recovered enough to tell me the truth. Don't waste what little energy you have recovered to lie, Monsieur Maury.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Poirot. You're right. It obviously wasn't reading that made my head hurt like that. But if you told Monsieur Bouc, it could mean my job.
I will keep your secret, but I am investigating a murder. You must tell me the truth.
Thank you.
You are a heavy smoker.
My job. It is very stressful.
Would you happen to know who vapes on the train? A banana flavor?
Oh, yes. The smell disgusts me. What is wrong with a good tobacco?
I do not have time to answer that. Who is it?
I've only seen one person who vapes. It's Captain Arbuthnot.
Captain Arbuthnot, I see. Your testimony was invaluable to me. Thank you. Take care, Monsieur Maury. My palate depends on your good health. Here is your key. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
About the little favor I asked of you.
Aha, but of course. I was able to get new allergy forms from guests who were in their compartments. Monsieur McQueen, Monsieur Masterman, Count and Countess Andreni, they are all right-handed. I also asked Princess Dragomirov, but she had her assistant, Madame Schmidt, sign for her. She is right-handed as well.
You have exceeded my expectations. Well done. Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
外長王毅同近60個國家同埋大約20個國際組織嘅高級代表都會嚟香港簽署。公約係達到完成，同埋正式可以到達嘅嗰個簽約嘅階段。咁呢個係一個好重要嘅里程碑。咁呢個係全世界第一個政府間同意係以調解方式解決國際爭議，即係一個歷史性嘅東西。律政司司長林定國認為，調解院落戶香港，體現咗國家同國際社會對本港嘅信心。咁多個國家咧，包括我哋自己國家，唔單止係同意喺香港咧設立調解院嘅總部，連個簽約已成，都同意喺香港舉行。
咁呢個一定係對於香港嗰個信心同埋支持一個好重要。
包括國與國之間、國家同人民之間，同埋商業機構之間嘅調解服務。首階段簽約嘅主要係一帶一路沿線國家。林定國話會爭取更多國家使用調解院嘅服務。
其實呢啲國家總嘅人口咧20億，我哋世界有大概80億。如果喺呢個階段，喺呢個談判完成嘅階段，已經有全世界有1/4嘅人涵蓋咗頭先我講嘅4大洲份，我唔覺得係一個係太少嘅數。而家嘅講嘅資格就點樣去令多啲國家，無論係私人嘅國家都好，係知道調解院成立嘅呢個事實，正式嘅運作實際慢慢建立個認知，慢慢建立個信心。我相信咧，隨住時日咧，係會變數識係越嚟越多，咁越嚟越多人係會願意咧用調解院作為平台嚟解決嘅事情。
林定國預料舊灣仔警署會喺今年年中完成改建，而國際調解院最快喺今年年底會喺呢一度。
Pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Olsen, but something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
場地導致公司還結業，過百對準新人報稱受到影響，涉及款項過百萬。部分人報警同埋分。
How can you be sure Mademoiselle Debenham was in bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her bed, I would have heard her. I got up this morning around 8 a.m. She was sleeping soundly.
部分顧客轉成網上互助群組，報稱損失4000幾至3萬幾蚊，大部分都係俾咗訂金。亦都有今個星期舉行婚禮嘅準新人表示。上個星期3收到
She may be telling the truth, but I cannot be certain.
之後就再都揾唔到負責人。亦都有出面舉辦婚禮嘅準
Are you certain you would have heard her?
Yes. Why are you asking?
I spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she told me that she got up around 5 o'clock in the morning. She opened the door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a woman in a red kimono. How do you explain that?
I think I must have been sleeping very soundly not to have heard it. Oh, but does that make me a suspect?
I am not accusing anyone, mademoiselle. Do not worry. I am just trying to determine what happened last night. Thank you for your testimony. Captain Arbuthnot, I know that you are the only person on this train to smoke e-cigarettes. We found a vial of e-liquid at the crime scene. Will you talk to me about this, or should I pass on what I've learned to the police?
All right. Come in if you must.
兩人一同檢閱儀仗隊，隨後舉行會談。馬克龍話：印尼將向法國訂購新一批裝備，包括陣風戰機、潛艇同輕型巡防艦。
I have just a few questions for you.
Very well. Let's hear them.
The young English lady, Mademoiselle Debenham, was at the Tocatlian Hotel. Perhaps you met her there?
We exchanged a few words, fellow Brits abroad, that sort of thing.
What can you tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham?
Nothing whatsoever. We barely spoke.
The director of the Orient Express, Monsieur Bouc, thinks the assassin is a woman.
And that is enough to accuse her. She had nothing to do with this merchant. He was a perfect stranger to her. She'd never seen him before.
Ah, did she tell you so?
Well, yes. Maybe she did. She may have commented once upon his somewhat unpleasant appearance. If a woman is concerned, as you seem to think, to my mind, without any evidence, I can assure you that Miss Debenham could not possibly be implicated.
It's clear that the captain is defending Miss Debenham, a woman he supposedly doesn't know very well. What were you doing last night around 1:15?
1:15? I believe I was still talking to that young American fellow, Mr. McQueen, the secretary of the man who was killed. We were in his compartment.
He was a friend or acquaintance of yours?
No, I never saw him before this journey. We'd hit it off at dinner, and the conversation continued into the early hours.
Until what time was that?
Until 1:45 or so. Then I retired to my room and went to sleep.
There is nothing you can recall last night that in any way struck you as suspicious?
It's nothing, a mere detail.
Allow me to be the judge.
Well, before returning to my room, I went to the lounge car to get a glass of water. When I was passing through the first-class corridor, I noticed that the door, which is just after your room, 201, was not quite closed, and the person who was inside peered out, in a furtive sort of way. Then he closed the door quickly. I know there's nothing in that, but it was the furtive way it was done that caught my attention. Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Could you write down your address here, please?
My address? If you insist.
This man is right-handed. Is this e-cigarette liquid yours?
What flavor is it?
Banana.
Well, that is awkward. That's my flavor of choice. But I have no idea what it was doing there, whatever.
Can you explain how it ended up there?
I have no idea. I never entered the man's room, Poirot. That's the truth.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
I do not think that's the right answer. Et voilà. Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette.
even if this liquid in Ratchet's room is use him without any other proof. My little grey cells did not let me down.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least one right-handed and one left-handed person, and with different strength. For the moment, everyone I have checked is right-handed. It is impossible to draw any conclusions as yet. However, I still have a few people to interrogate, notably the Russian princess.
You still have many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from over, mon ami. I identified the person responsible for the bottle of liquid for the vape found at the crime scene.
So, this is our culprit? Do we hold him?
No, unfortunately, this bottle belongs to Captain Arbuthnot, but he has an alibi, confirmed by Monsieur McQueen for the time of the murder. There is no trace of the murder weapon on the train, as yet. The killer could have hidden it anywhere.
It must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be somewhere.
Monsieur Bouc, Monsieur Poirot. Michel, calm down. But it's Mrs. Hobart. She says she found the murder weapon in her room. She's very upset. Let's go, Poirot.
I demand to be allowed to leave this train!
Madame, we are in the mountains, trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious, there is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Bird, take a deep breath and tell us what occurred. Where did you find the knife?
I wanted to get a handkerchief from my purse, and when I opened it, I saw it! A bloody knife! Am I next to be murdered?
I very much doubt the murderer would give you his weapon.
What do you mean?
Madame, he would have used it.
Oh, I have!
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not! What a question!
I will take that as a no. Is this knife the real murder weapon, or is it a red herring?
Mrs. Hubbard is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her. Please go on without me.
I have every right to be distraught. Thank you, Mr. Book.
Dr. Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be sure. I have estimated the depth of the wounds. You can easily find the depth of each wound by comparing the width. There are 5 of them that I am not sure about. Test them, and then we will compare our results.
I will do as you say, Doctor.
I
do not think that's the right answer. No, not good. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. That was easy. What do you think, Doctor? Is this knife really the murder weapon?
There can be no doubt. You found the same depths as the estimates I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
Thank you. I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
I'm still a bit groggy.
That's understandable.
Are you able to continue your story now?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Where was I?
You were explaining how you returned to the Armstrong house to tell them their poor little child was dead.
Yes, that's it. I felt helpless. My part in the case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved justice. To the Armstrong house to tell them Daisy would be released soon for burial. I was angry with myself that I couldn't bring them better news. I wasn't prepared for more tragedy.
其實喺東江西岸洪水橋白村咧，尋日就有貨倉發生3級大火㗎。咁呢個消防員佢哋日夜撲救之後啦，大火喺今朝咧就終於受到控制啦嚇。大約10點鐘左右咧就大致救熄㗎。消防處就話火場面積達到200米乘200米，仲有部分嘅貨倉倒塌，對救火造成一定困難。至於起火原因就仍然調查中。遇上火咁就梗係要即刻疏散啦。至於佢哋又點解要走得咁急咧？尋日我哋收到大量報料，只有昏迷報紙公司突然人間蒸發，苦主群組多達200人。最慘係有準新人2個星期後就係大婚日子，而家都唔知點算好。
當時係因為揀好咗酒店，咁酒店咧就有啲標房，咁佢有4間嘅公司俾我哋去報價，我哋亦都睇過佢嘅網頁啊，佢嘅社交媒體啊，咁都係有咧。話自己13年就已經開始啦，咁佢又有擺分展嘅，所有嘅作品咧佢都成日 update 嘅，所以就會覺得啊，咁應該係正常嘅公司啦，佢又有條紙咁樣，咁所以就會去選擇呢一間鋪頭。
傾咗一段時間，李小姐就同呢間婚禮報紙公司預訂大概14000至18000左右嘅 plan， 仲俾咗7000幾蚊訂金。之後由上年8月起，同呢間公司 keep 住都有溝通整個報紙嘅設計。一路正常，直到5月21號星期3，呢一切就開始發生變化啦。
咁咧，啱啱上個禮拜3啦，咁我就因為個機飛就唔同啦，咁我要聯絡佢哋咧，就喺 finalize 到個 design 就交 share 俾個酒店啦。我就星期3 WhatsApp 佢就喺6號，咁佢星期6出翻貨咧就話咁啊話星期1上翻貨啦，即係25號係啦，25號嘅時候咧，即係我嗰位成 MC 同我講話有啲新人問佢有冇接觸過呢間公司啊？好似唔見咗喎咁樣，咁佢醒起我就搭的士啦，都係用呢間公司，咁就話俾我聽，咁我就去揾呢間公司啦。
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
嗰啲唔見曬，咁尋晚咧佢個網咧，今朝咧連個網都冇埋啦，都發都冇。咁佢 Google Drive 之前 send 過俾我嘅嘢咧都冇，所以我哋都即刻咧我就報咗海關啦，亦都報咗警㗎啦。
我哋嚟到涉事婚禮報紙公司啦，見到一個門前有一大堆雜物，而且黐咗呢張已走佬紙，仲有連招牌都俾人拆埋啦，似乎已經人去樓空。
Hello, Miss Morrow. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective. Colonel Armstrong is upstairs. He isn't well.
而我哋上到嚟仲撞到涉事公司嘅單位業主代表，話原來佢哋走佬毫無先兆。
2個星期都仲係交租，正常如果你想走佬都唔俾租啦咁樣。我見到佢都有一定嘅生意額嘅，咁其實都唔多做。即係疫情時間就係咪疫情前都俾佢做婚紗即婚禮嗰啲都冇乜生意嘅。咁我哋就都有得去拖延咗一段時間租，一部分嘅租金都未還到嘅，咁大概可能幾十萬。
我見到咧門口而家黐咗張已走佬嘅紙啦，其實係點解會？
嗰個係英文堂口啊，或者會有啲混亂啊，咁不如就索性有啲人拍騷擾到人，索性黐張紙喺門口就等啲人知道佢已經亂咗。
我哋嘗試聯絡涉事婚禮報紙公司，不過無論係咪打的士 負責人啦，定係公司嘅電話 number 啦，似乎都係冇人接聽，而且留言轉身仲要爆咗添。後嚟李小姐通過佢嘅婚禮主持入境記錄處啦，先知道原來咁多人中招，現時嘅金額超過30萬啊！
咩啊？你個電話登記你去？你有冇落翻大陸係搭飛機走嘅攞唔知咯。
都係 OK 啦，定實啊，定啲警員呢度嗰啲，睇唔知點算啦咁跟住
就有線索揾到嘅。你咪最多咪又係入嗰啲咩小額嗰啲，咁咩點啊？
我成日聽緊你啲聲。
係咁嘅，任何
屯門青龍頭附近竟然出現一片紅海，根據報道，公眾就同我哋報道，自星期二下晝開始，喺屯門青龍花園對出嘅餐見到有大量紅色液體由一個坑就流出嚟。觀眾就話咧，咁嘅情況維持咗成日啦，直到今日咧先至開始係減退，暫時仲未知道咧呢啲紅色嘅液體有冇毒㗎。希望大家咧都要提高個食環保嘅意識啦。同時咧，我哋都係非常之尊重咩野生動物嘅居住環境㗎。
每年3月至7月係燕子嘅繁殖季節，不過竟然有人破壞佢哋嘅家園。我哋收到觀眾報料，話喺沙田中心往好運中心田園裏一個傳統嘅燕子巢，燕子長期外放落生活繁殖後代，一直睇街住熱點。不過近日遭人拆毀，令到巢外4隻雛鳥不知所蹤，網上都好多人關注此事。對投訴人話係呢個燕子巢組成。第三人係啊，屋企俾人拆咗電視啊，我家好乖喎，整個兜咯，整個兜坐地方嗰啲便便就唔可以跌到地下咯。係啊，邊個會見到佢哋？我都試過。
啊，呢啲木。
我哋現場都見到有燕子巢嘅跡，而且仲有隻燕子不停喺巢邊徘徊，燕子揾緊燕子 BB。人哋6隻。咁你而家咁無啦啦就踩咗佢，一隻嚟到見到個嘢切翻嚟，就好似係想喺度起翻咁樣。咁但係其他個隻去咗邊咧，真係唔知喎。另外網上有傳話係鄰近珊瑚投訴導致燕巢被毀，不過最接近燕巢嘅鋪頭店主就話從未做過。我哋係絕對唔會投訴嘅，因為我見到個電話話我係要查呢個嘅，跟住我完全唔知。冇可能去投訴到話係點樣批無良啊！即係保護動物嚟㗎嘛，因為查咧幾多人關上係呢位知㗎，都咧話我哋冇咁查㗎嘛，咩咧就話我哋商家，我唔知係邊一間，點解揾埋嘅咯？跟住係而家揾個人出嚟去拜佢，其實呢度咧係查得好乾淨㗎，跟住我琴日到今日翻工咧係。
我漁農署咯。
有冇見過呢件事翻嚟？
嘅啦，好正，希望我哋嗰啲動物啦，將佢哋啦。
燕巢存在多年，點解要撤查？我哋向信管理公司查詢，公司有
係啊，應該
處理失當，
應該係有人處理咗嘅。
深表歉意，同時確保同類事件唔會重發生。
一係就漁農署咯，邊有咁夠膽嘅？
同貓龍鳳開嘅命名嘅終於結果啦，我哋面上就公佈咗啦。
Nothing's been touched. It's as if Daisy might walk in at any moment and begin to play.
忽得，要忽得。
至於同樣生物群中嘅，仲有佢哋。
香港飲食業前景充滿挑戰，而呢間連鎖快餐店除咗喺夜市持續擴展業務，亦都特別關心。
Good morning, Colonel Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here? No, Sonia is not here. Always one step behind. She died of a miscarriage last night. My wife, Daisy, and our baby. My whole family is gone.
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning. I received word that you can arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Oh, then, now you don't have to come back. I can arrange for Daisy. my wife, and our unborn child to be buried all at once. Very efficient. Being a military man, I can appreciate efficiency.
I know how hard this must be for you.
No, you don't know. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do your bloody job and catch the creature that did this.
I know you lead me to the far corners of the earth. I will find them.
Then go. Please go now. Go find them.
咁小朋友翻學我就翻工，佢哋放學我就可以放工啦。如果個星期日出一次，比較容易就好快出嚟，我好有衝勁。咩我介紹翻啲仔仔都喺度做兼職，所以我哋而家我知道我都喺度操俾我 WiFi。有咩原因令你喺度做到咁耐啊？我1999年呢間鋪開張，我已經喺度做，我做咗25年，攞埋25年長會長。呢度有好多活動。好似例如聰明咁樣，又有大抽獎。打工仔當然最希望係有人工㗎，加人工唔單止係全職員工嘅福利，同埋隨時缺乏並前線不低員工將會喺月份平均加薪2%，以行動證明對每一名員工嘅付出都係非常重視㗎。
The house that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty. I'm not giving up. I'm a part of this case. Or the case is a part of me.
邵氏受新啲新聞嘅活唱都平衡減少積聚，充電收益 natural 減啦，天然醫美學，大家快出，邊年前要翻晒，大家快樂調試新啲新聞做緊投資一位人。就算女生手即咁幫，即刻好原生幫人幫一聲，24/7簽約即過數，提早精華，收冇角色，隨時借，隨時還。借錢緊要還，大地先租。成日冇記性，可能係腦退化。唔信，做實測試，揾出相同圖案。仲未揾到啊？你要小心啊 ！Return 醫學級腦活在水波16大醫學級成分，促進腦部健康、腦連結 level up。調查顯示，用家認同轉數快咗，記憶力明顯好咗，仲晚晚都一覺瞓見光。連結大腦逆轉衰老。Return 醫學級腦活在新配方，所以防同時對抗癌嘅問題，高腦結抽圖15杯虛除癌粉膜，根源對抗癌人紅腫萎縮，100% 令癌人更健康。高腦結抽圖主動防禦牙周問題，全身牙醫共同牙刷，特強起泡力15杯虛除癌粉膜，對抗癌人萎縮。
All units, hikers in the vicinity of the cabin where Daisy Armstrong was found spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricade tape and then head up the dirt road toward where the subject cabin is located. Any car nearby who can respond?
Unit 28, we can respond, but we're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11. I'm on it.
Copy that. 11, you're good to go.
Copy that. Okay, there's the pickup. Let's see who ignored our barricade tape. 11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
Are you requesting backup?
Not yet. I'm going to take a look around.
Copy that, 11.
個醫院嗰邊都係有接提供。現在係標準時間，晚上7:50。
喺東張西望，青嶼公司咁樣下面發生一宗交通意外，一箭撞向石壆，更加凌空突眼跌咗跌翻落地下。嗱，事後咧佢都可以睇下咧，由其他司機嗰度咧係點嘅
Help yourself, Joanna. You earned it.
而家嚟有兩位咧情事車上嘅乘客啊，正在係等待救援同埋協助警方調查㗎。即係話真健康下，只要泊車人都非常之小心㗎，因為隨時有人喺佢前面斷嘅。喺香港你揸車想喺開泊位7到3分鐘慢過單天，你係好彩揾到個位啦。正想泊入去嘅時候，點知殺出個程咬金，有人以身霸位，臨門黑標仲唔激到你晒咁跳？觀眾高小姐日前就遇着一名難路阿姐。
呢啲就以後入咗嚟死者嚟嘅，我同佢有架部車要出街啦，嗰啲係標位嚟嘅。
Somebody ignored the barricade tape. Footprints. A forensics evidence identification marker. Duct tape to silence Daisy's screams. Damn it, Daisy. I will find whoever forensics evidence. A gold mustache. Thank you very much. Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
你應該會用㗎嚇。我朋友見到佢啲手腳，跟住咧就話報警咯。佢聽到我哋話報警咧，跟住轉個頭咧佢就你電話。
He's not here.
高小姐最後都泊到車位，人肉霸位真。
3892. Oh, when the poor dear was killed. ，That's where I found Fluffy, Daisy's special toy. I hope we returned him to the family. An individual has entered a police-secured area. I have to stop him first.
睇翻車 cam 時間你咪知咯。
呢個時候，3女人竟然使出奇招，call救護車。佢聲稱自己俾白色貨車撞到。
貨車嚟撞，最後佢自己冇事，就唔去人嘅。警方就要求嗰個灰色嘅寶馬呢架車嚟講啦，最終個車係俾咗白色嘅拍撞。
其實呢種人肉霸位嘅做法危險之餘，仲有機會觸犯法例。根據簡易程序治罪條例，任何人冇合法權限或解釋而陳列或留下物品或東西對著公眾地方的人或車輛造成阻礙。
Don't shoot, officer. I'm on your side.
Sir, keep your hands where I can see them.
Sure, no problem.
Sir, this is a crime scene. Who the hell are you?
I'm a reporter. Boston 6 News. You can get us on cable even here in the mountains.
They haven't heard of crime scene tape in a big city like Boston?
All right, that wasn't my best move. I got all excited. I didn't expect to find the place deserted. It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing you under arrest.
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
We'll get to that, but you're going to answer some questions first.
I'm more used to asking questions, but fire away.
我们当时设计的是他们最，对不对？把我的两个手，对，世界的这个需要最低，我们在后面帮你啊，这个，再下，对，
個個都問留人你，條腰喺邊度？再快嗎？
这个只是腰上有一块有一条游泳圈，他们练成了6块，我练成了1块，很用力的，对。没有好好回去练练，我也练了6块。
可以，他的是61。
咁你知唔知道幾多寸咧？
我还真的没有，我之前是34。
我們現在量吧。我哋而家就量下，我想知係幾大，係幾多寸啊？
Who are you exactly?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston 6 News. Off camera, but someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
What are you doing here? You should know a crime scene is off limits.
I'm investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping like you.
Does the pickup parked in front of the cabin belong to you?
Yes, indeed, it's mine.
I'll check. Show me your hands. I'm going to cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
Put your hands in front of you.
Aren't you going to read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent. I really wish you'd exercise that one. Dispatch, this is 11. I intercepted a suspicious individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
全新寵物節目寵你一世，何如豪嘅人兩位主持帶咗兒童陳以德就去咗學寵物按摩，原來幫貓仔狗仔按摩都可以改善佢哋嘅健康情況。最主要要盡責，是我哋嘅主旨嘅。
This outline is the same shape and size as the gasoline can.
商品咧就話想送一堆保養品、保健品俾我，即係又有 M&M 啊，又有 Makeup Day 啊，俾你嘅。我就好開心，yes OK 係喎點啊？點知佢就話，即係我話 OK 之後咧，佢就話希望外婆食得開心啦。跟住話俾我隻狗咧，都係越嚟越當自己啲狗，佢哋就佢哋。 健康方面同埋經濟嘅同埋咧，寵物病嗰陣好貴，所以為咗自己嘅荷包着想，佢哋健康啲都係一件好事。
Clark's press card, and the phone number of the newspaper is on it. Ah, good. I can give him a call. Car keys in the sun visor. A classic hiding place. At least on TV.
最近報道過，
終於新租戶俾鄰居人日滋擾，原來上手租戶錯咗啦 ，check 到。冇口水，用成支煙頭抹埋嚟，點嘅一個怪鄰居可以害本兩個租戶同工傷失望。
Telephoto lens. Not so surprising for a journalist. Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or something else? The vehicle registration is not in the name of Michael Clark or a rental company. Clark's driver's license seems to be in order. That's it. No rookie mistake there.
我有個朋友幾不離手嘅，佢初初睇嘢懵懵地，咁以為近視深咗，長時間對住電話電腦，個加幅晶體老化。
Hi, I'm Detective Joanna Locke, Berkshire Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please. Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby Wilson. I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does. Why?
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at least 7 or 8 months. That's not unusual.
He works in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what we call a stringer. He works as a freelancer, comes up with a story we can use, we pay him, and we don't hear from him again for several months.
What kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative reporter, mostly crime stories, to tell you the truth. He comes up with some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem? Or a story?
Do you remember what the last case he investigated was?
It was a murder case. The victim was a millionaire named James Miller. He was called the Frozen Fish King of Gloucester, Massachusetts. His body turned up in one of his nets. Or, rather, most of it did.
Ah, well, thank you, Ms. Wilson. You've been a great help to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy, but he's a good guy overall. So what's he working on now, Detective? Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again.
佢臨收工嗰陣時先至俾學生叫咗上去消費，我聽佢先。啱我呢個點解俾我啊？
如果你喺情報，you know what happened？
我知道我講啦，係啊，我今日佢明知開會，開會我哋啊，其實業界咧每年都有一個最佳秘書俾大陳添嚇。
咁其實咧，攞第二嘅事少，輸俾大陳嘅事大啲。即係今日大龍生咧，就本來諗住將個水同嗰個白飛去照分，點知嗰個白飛啊死到命出咗去，阿水一個人頂晒。
係喎，啲稅我媽咪 CEO 嚟喎，呢啲人想知都知喎，點解唔講咧？你又問我？係啊，我睇到我衰到嚟啦，我好啲啊，唔好只要我呢度佢就知道我哋發夠人工㗎啦。其實咧，真係幾殘酷嘅。攞第二其實唔係贏，攞第一先係贏。好似世界盃咁啊，年年攞亞軍嗰個。
I knew I could do it. I can always use safecrafting as a career move.
舊年世大盃邊度冠
There. Now let's see what secrets you're hiding.
架構應該平等，而且唔可以分割。所有國家應該冇。
我們去圓夢。
去研究機構第二餐隨住人。
而家呢
This must be the missing can from the pickup. The cap's been damaged, and some gasoline has leaked out.
喺行山方面，並且已經向加拿大總理卡尼邀請，下個月向當地出席職。
其他嘅叫做嘅生活報告，或者其實咧，成個香港嘅發展質，其實只要做咗，大家可能都會好好奇香港點樣出現咗好專門嘅啦。
Not really my style, but I'll take it.
會嘅，因為當時發生呢件事咧，其實好多嘅香港市民都好關注，都好擔心佢啦。咁所以將定性係啦，即係你做多啲啊，等佢即係適應再多啲咧，咁我哋都會逐步開放嘅風俗嘅。喺一個地方住耐咗，自然就會好熟路，邊度買嘢、邊度搭車，全部都了如指掌。如果搬去新地方，真係要啲時間適應喎。其實年青人要重新適應應該都冇難度嘅，不過對於長者嚟講就唔同啦。長者可能住咗一個地方大半世啊，要佢突然間嚟到一個熟悉嘅地方咧，可能都有啲困擾。
This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
其實我哋舊西關市區重建社區服務隊咧，其實喺2002年咧就開始成立。我哋都有跟進市區重建嘅項目咧，其實過往都有跟進過區頭主導嘅項目啦，工廈嘅重建嘅項目啦，亦都有進行過保育嘅項目嘅。呢3年咧，其實我哋跟進咗5個重建項目啦，當中咧其實都有6000人咧係受到市區重建嘅影響嘅。重建項目完開之後，居民一般會面對啲咩問題咧？即係可能家清楚喺初期咧，其實都會覺得好彷徨啦，係又好擔心啦。咁雖然可能喺初期咧一啲規劃嘅時間咧係淨係等嘅啫，但係正正就係因為佢哋喺度等，就會諗好多嘢啦。係啊，到底幾時先搬得咧？到底即係會搬去邊咧？甚至乎係佢會準備啲乜嘢咧？咁我哋都會話翻俾佢聽重建嘅流程係點啦，係啦，重建嘅政策啊，或者啲賠償其實係點樣安排啦，係啦，咁亦都會話翻俾佢聽啊，每一個嘅過程嘅階段咧，其實佢哋需要注意啲乜嘢嘅事項，係啦，咁至到可能真係重建收購或者後期咧，其實佢哋都會面對一啲問題咧，就係其實搬遷嘅問題、啱適 型啦，甚至乎可能有啲間間咧會先啲，係啦，有啲間間可能供後啲，咁變咗個重建嘅項目咧越嚟越少人嘅時候咧，亦都衍生咗一啲環境衞生嘅問題咯。係啊，咁所以佢哋亦都係有呢一種擔心喺。我老人家，我就跟搬遷收到賠償。下一節一對老夫婦就會同大家講下佢哋當時嘅境況。轉頭翻嚟繼續一時搜查。
Perfect, it works.
買晒啦，快件呢幾件個吊籃買晒啦，所有文件淨係個茶几嘅啫。
位於何文田亞皆老街嘅呢間名店喺1979年開業。
February 24th, the day of the kidnapping. They knew about the party and everything.
高升大不同。之後，獎勵原來知變出手食冷氣機，另一邊係食冷氣機咧，點咗數轉拍只可以剪手機，雙蒸腿，重現損失發生，2小時間輕啲讓奇蹟發生。求愛完 CA 你之外，冇人生一個擁有安妮。
生活都會中意這些產品，為眼睛的免費午餐。跟行業嘅這層意思啊，地點喺觀塘地鐵 D4 出口旁邊，觀塘工業中心交通方便。Ariel 超強嘅正，遇到烏色要先浸泡，跟完深入衣物纖維，免浸泡輕鬆去啫。Ariel 一步去即不費力。仲識講字，仲要識講二手字。平時買餸買菜用，油鹽煎絲加啲水用。
That isn't the right combination.
而且曾創辦超過200個合作品，食買玩做數一時搶茶，2等2賺2手字。
Could use a new light bulb.
仲用書架寫位串串演嘢，家樂之始工人血和機拍市場，去埋官標紅花石榴芒果4季春茶仲爽啊，成29個9咋。
牙齒刷出就得，其實若有一半刷唔乾淨，小心形成牙結石。OT 專員小圓球，深入死角，角幾致命。2倍潔淨力，7天改善口腔健康，用龍條2全新上市。
夏日盛宴，音樂盛典，郭富城你嘅始終然。一種良民心理人歌手，互動交流，京東618夏日科會。
Yes, I knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move.
旁邊有間好多人話係全港最好食嘅燒烤喎。
有嘅時候嗰啲垃圾翻出嚟，嗰啲分擔喺熟食市場入邊，仲可以揾到越嚟越少嘅全方面海鮮。
An expensive-looking pen with the initials JM? What's its story? It's Daisy's hair clip, the same as the picture I saw at the Armstrong house.
家長亦可透過11日學點資平台攞到順德字結果，喺1月19號或之前已經辦到選購手續嘅家長，會喺6月4號至5號收到11
That looks like a hair caught in the band around the money. Forensics will tell me for sure, but that doesn't look like Daisy's color. These get locked up again until forensics get them. See? Time for forensics to complete that function. And Clark? He's too sure of himself. I need to get him into an interrogation room and find out what really makes him tick.
真心經歷，
我啲皮膚咧，佢都係一笪笪紅色，好似地圖咁之外咧，我仲覺得好似俾火燒咁嘅感覺。
沿住呢個健康密碼，健康關注組，1蚊1點 ，Home Free 7來。
一個地方要重建，其實係一個大 工程受影響市民人數眾多，所以唔係話搬就搬，過程係相當漫長㗎。係啊，而市民喺等待搬遷嘅期間，可能佢哋居住嘅環境會越嚟越惡劣，但係佢哋都冇計可施，佢哋只可以等。
I'll secure the bunker for forensics. Progress at last.
係打少少啊，啲牆啊跌咗嘅，游水特別係我喺我嘅房間床瞓覺呢度嚟喎，好早已經係成件係濕啦。其實我就快已經買咗大廢膠布，整起放落嚟頂嘅大箱，舊箱啊，用水一箱水。
翻新班太早年居住喺旺角一座唐樓康房單位，受沙東街地士道街重建項目影響，需要搬離上址，對年邁嘅長者嚟講都係一大挑戰。咁你會點樣形容以前嘅生活啊？
悶啊，影水好低啊，呢個人老人家係啲仔女唔開心，唯一係啲社工嚟到希望咁睇下先。
咁你哋咧有冇諗過改變以前嘅居住環境？
當時嘅想改都冇錢改啦，嗰陣時啊，有一個病人自己個人要做嗰啲做藥一份啊，當初係4000幾一個，我諗你想改都改唔到啦。
咁你哋一聽到要重建嘅時候，心情係點樣咧？
又驚又喜啦嚇！起啊，有個搬啊，可能驚啊，而家搬到邊度咧？好唔好咧？嗰啲地方好唔好咧？習慣啲咁樣咯。
喺呢間非牟利機構市區重建社區服務隊幫助市民，關心關係成功搬入深水埗海壇村展開新生活。有冇落長者中心啊？你哋
會啊，
係啊，
都會有去啊嘛。
唔係，啱啱我落去學校做下做講你係啊，
幾好舒服，工人又好啊，又交通又方便啊，真係一條山一見到人工啊入嚟，一入嚟翻嗰個光就一睇幾爽，真係唔得，又舒服嘅舒服啲啊，有啲朋友啊，真係有多啲。下邊嘅人飲下茶，左邊有飲下茶，咁啊有電視旁邊，個衫又淺衫又唔使洗衫，又洗衣機，又唔使洗衫。
要搬離住慣住熟嘅地方，重新適應新環境並唔容易。如果喺呢個過程中得到幫助，相信對於長者嚟講就好似一支強心針。當時咧，其實我哋就真係成個上手嘅過程咧，係一步一步去陪同佢哋去做嘅，係啦，可能細嚟到真係同佢哋陪佢哋去簽約啦，去攞住一度，係啦，甚至乎可能一啲水電方面啦，係啦，甚至乎係即係申請電器啦，如果佢哋有需要嘅話，係啦，亦都咧譬如會同佢哋去周圍行個區啦。係啊，仲有呢一區邊度有間祠啊，係啦，邊度有一啲福利嘅機構啊，例如社署啦、長者中心啦，都希望佢咧喺呢一個區裏邊咧可以接觸到。另外咧，其實我哋都會睇翻，如果真係好似關係咁樣，係啦，譬如佢哋喺呢一區可能都有其他嘅街坊咧，其實都會搬喺即係重建嘅街坊咧，都係搬嚟同一村咧。其實我哋有機會嘅話咧，我哋都會舉辦一啲小組，係啦，一啲適應小組，希望咧俾佢哋知道，即係互相認識啊，亦都知道啦，經歷重建嘅街坊咧都搬咗過嚟嘅，咁希望即係喺日常生活裏邊，佢哋可以有互相嘅支援咯。咁所以變咗其實我哋自己機構喺市區重建社區服務裏邊咧，其實我哋都會覺得係一個好環節嘅一個支援嚟嘅，咁令到街坊都係可以放心嘅。
19
舊時嘅香港家家戶戶都會有啲藤製嘅家禽啊，就好似俾人坐嘅藤椅，用嚟裝餸嘅藤lap或者炆豬肉嘅藤條。
其實藤椅真係幾好坐㗎，因為佢本身有打色，唔會硬邦邦。呢個地方擺咗好多手工藤椅同藤製物品，但係呢度唔係連鎖家私店，亦都唔係文青小店，而係一間開咗43年嘅老字號藤椅店。
買晒啦，買完呢幾件個吊籃，買晒啦，所有藤椅淨係有茶几嘅啫，姐姐。
對於何文田亞皆老街嘅呢間藤椅店喺1979年開業，踏入多年，但最終就係不過時代嘅變遷。
就係要用自己嘅眼睛望落張椅做戲，釘起張椅咧，你企喺前邊，張椅就係要四平八穩嘅。呢啲全部都係啲印尼藤料。就首先咧，成張椅咧，你擺喺度嘅時候咧，你咁樣睇落去，成張椅係四平八穩嘅，你就唔會歪斜嘅，佢就唔會高低膊嘅。呢啲就手工就係好㗎啦，關位又弧度又係好靚嘅。呢張藤椅咧就係出口去英國。
如果自己手工整一張藤椅，要整幾耐多？
一張藤椅大約係1日咁上下。開料咧要將啲藤料浸濕佢啦，浸濕佢之後咧，你就要攞噴燈嚟燒個形狀出嚟啦。每一條藤個形狀都唔一樣，大細又唔一樣，分好多個步驟嚟做。
其實你係由幾多年開始啦去有藤椅店嘅咧？
藤椅店咧係呢個係82年開始。但係我之前咧喺元朗下鄉李鄭屋村慈雲山咧已經係做藤椅㗎啦。以我而家70幾歲咧，我就係應該係11、12歲，做咗60年㗎，60年經驗㗎啦，做藤椅。
全港碩果僅存嘅藤椅店喺5月20號已經正式結業，呢度擺滿藤椅嘅景象已經成為過去。
當年我做嗰啲藤椅咧係做出口嘅。出口當年咧係好生意，呢張就係做俾交英女王㗎啦，仲賺牛皮嘅多型㗎。
但你點樣發現佢哋係真係英女王？
咁有幾多間㗎嘛？呢張03年啦，咁啱呢度最後啲最 last 呢張有9899啊，呢度有98年㗎，呢度98年啦。有啲咧係佢 design 嚟嘅。
我即係直頭俾埋。
佢 design 嚟，佢要求點樣我都做到俾佢。呢個信封咧係按香美姐啲 surface 咧係英皇語準啊，但係呢香港任何人都唔用得㗎，係英國皇室用嘅信封。
結業前一日，有市民都專登過嚟幫襯，送上最後嘅支持。
幾廿年啦，真係嘅。佢又幫正我，我又幫正佢，都有。咁
覺得佢嘅藤椅質素點樣咧
？OK 㗎，你要中意啦，如果你唔中意咧，俾你都冇用㗎。你最緊要你接受。因為我哋嗰年紀又都有，即係同呢啲咁嘅家私有啲感情啊嘛。以前幫襯過，
係買藤椅，
買幾張，
覺得個質素如何咧？
幾好啊！佢要肯維修，即係之後第日咧，知仲咁咧維修啲。覺
得藤椅咧，就比起梳化或者其他嘅物品咧，更加好嘅地方咧，
應該係舒暢好多，唔需要焗住啊嘛，係嘛？你梳化就即係最多話焗住就呢啲係比較涼啲啊嘛，下啲即係我哋啲大學。
咁而家其實香港嗰啲手工藤椅店咧越嚟越少啦，覺得感覺點樣咧？
依家個時代啊，冇得講㗎啦，個個就生存上進。
可惜啊！
非常之可惜。咁你真係〜幾廿年真係，你有時想話買翻張圖啊，唔知去邊度揾，翻去大佬嚟啊嘛。
係咪同好多人嘅關係都好好啊？
全部係好好嘅。
點好法啊？
因為我去交到啲貨俾佢，全部係靚貨，有啲客坐咗20-30年，佢仲話俾我聽，張藤椅仲未爛啊！我嗰度有啲名畫。
藤椅都難會爛。
買咗藤椅，知道我中意畫，佢連
最多坐爛
送俾我。牡丹咧就係元安。
行業喺香港日漸式微變成夕陽行業，亦都意味住呢門手藝即將成為歷史。你覺得呢個工作對你嚟講嘅意義係啲咩咧？
意義自己滿足啦，咁又自己有生活啦，又再揾到食啊，咁就自己又覺得好他條啊，咁就開心㗎啦。做人咧就好簡單，安穩就得啦。 但係呢幾年咧就唔安穩啦，因為喺香港咧，跟住受到疫情啊、中美貿易啊、關稅戰啊，等等啊，呢啲係香港嘅事，但係都係有對我自己我都有我師傅90幾歲，佢都好容易，我接到啲維修，佢都走嚟幫我手，傳承落去。
最近有行山人士聲稱拍到有遊客闖進禁區深灣喎。
南丫島深灣已經為海域保護區，你已經許可進入嘅範圍㗎，而且海龜受經禁放嘅產卵。
如果想海龜 BB 平安出世嘅話，就唔好揾佢哋啊！但係可以揾我哋報料啊！我要 WhatsApp 到689609331，點樣繼續一試搜查？
有冇見過呢個蟹郵局咧？喺邊度見過啊？
做手續啊嘛。
推住你抹嚟啦！
即係直接攞支蟹上噴嗰下即刻出㗎。
I know my rights. You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station?
有差黨啊！嗰啲唔係一揀要你俾錢咯，以前大佬好興㗎嘛。
I have the right to make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
That phone is an outside line.
Hello, boss. It's Michael Clark. I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but there's a small problem. I got caught being someplace I shouldn't be. I'm at the police station. No, I'm not under arrest. Just questioning. Fire me. Why? The station's integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes, do it.
That didn't go well.
I think I got my point across. What happens now?
Go ahead. Then we'll have a chat.
有早期牙龈問題點算好？咁就要預防牙龈剝累積，鎖緊牙龈先。全身牙龈式強化修護牙龈牙膏，清空牙龈膜，強化謹慎牙龈，配合透明質酸，鎖緊牙龈線，臨床實證，長效強化修護牙龈，護理口腔健康牙龈式。知唔受惠療法去咗邊咩？又係你，耶！新有嘴。啲發根源啲上色，只不過效果好好。好似做嘅香先，新星級50米天然可做護髮膏。佢與洋人，佢哋係泰國創造，原來佢仲有關節痛，原來老細有肌肉痛，原來媽咪有手指痛啊！關節肌肉痛痛，七海健樂成事事，關節肌肉雙重減痛。
Help yourself, Joanna. You earned it. Now that we've taken your DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
By elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you damaged police barricade tape.
I'll pay for a new roll.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it carries a $500 fine.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin with, where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were going to let me get close. I set my alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning. I tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No. Afraid not. I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
In addition to the gasoline in the back of your pickup and another in the bunker, you had a lighter and gloves in your pockets. You were going to set fire to the bunker and every scrap of evidence inside.
Where to begin? I'm sorry to disappoint crime scenes my entire career. I brought the gloves so as not to contaminate it with my fingerprints. The gas can in the back of my pickup, I use it to put gas in the truck. Gas stations are few and far between in your mountains. I didn't know there was a gas can in the bunker. If that's true, I did you a favor. My arrival obviously scared off somebody planning to burn everything.
Do you also have an excuse for your lighter?
The lighter? I'm trying to quit smoking. I used the lighter as a reminder not to start again.
柴灣除咗工廈入邊會有西餐廳之外咧，呢度亦都保留咗唔少好有地道風味嘅小店嘅，展現咗。
You say you're a journalist, a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
街市旁邊有間好多人話係全港最好食嘅燒臘鋪喎。
How is your editor doing?
Last time we spoke, she was fine. But that was months ago.
What's her name again?
I work for lots of stations and lots of editors.
She knows your name, but you don't remember hers?
I'm not great with names.
It's Kelly Johnson.
Oh yeah, Kelly.
I just made that name up.
Good for you.
Her name is Abby Wilson. Mr. Clark, you lie like you breathe.
Huh. Well, that was mean.
He thinks he's invincible. I need to play his ego. That's the key. What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs.
I don't see anything that proves he's lying. Come on, Joanna. You're a better detective than that. So you just stumbled on a major kidnapping story during your stay in the Berkshires?
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for crying out loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
I called Boston 6 News. Your editor said she hadn't talked to you in a long time. If you're working on the Armstrong case, why haven't you submitted anything during the last month?
When the kidnapping occurred, I realized it was a golden opportunity. Forget intimate photos of the rich and famous. Here was a story that just dropped into my lap. I was about to turn in my first notes when I overheard the discovery of the cabin. And I was right. No other journalist got there ahead of me. Then you had to turn. I need to get out of here and write my copy.
That sounds plausible. He's on the spot when a big story erupts and he goes after it. Your press card says Boston 6 News, and you say you started working on the Armstrong case when little Daisy was abducted, but Boston 6 News didn't even know you were on site.
Detective, if I had the inside track on this case, do you think I'm going to go only to Boston 6? I could have had a bidding war for my... I'm going to use the word, my scoop.
It still doesn't sound quite right. But there is a warped kind of logic to his story. Your camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before she was kidnapped.
The Armstrongs are a famous family, like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just stealing candid shots. Paparazzi live on getting that one exclusive shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here first. What an opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very good at this, are you? How long have you been on the job?
Long enough to put you away for life, if you killed that little girl.
超多人睇埋嘅，佢有10幾種唔同嘅口味可以揀，但係佢哋仲有樣更出名嘅嘢，就係超口味格仔餅。
Let's start with why you went to the cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it. I heard the forensic team getting directions. Then, when they finally left the scene late this morning, I jumped in my pickup and hurried on up the mountain.
You tore the tape at the entrance to the property and stomped all over the house. This constitutes a serious violation of a crime scene, Mr. Clark.
I'm aware of that. I'm sorry. I'll pay the fine. But I got carried away. It isn't often I get a crime scene all to myself.
He's enjoying himself. I need to throw him off balance somehow. Surprise him into making an error. Explain to me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I headed for the crime scene in my trusty pickup, like I've done for years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
You said you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right. Thanks to it, I never miss a story.
I found your driver's license in your truck.
It's not a great picture, but it's me, all right.
If it's a fake, it's a really good one. Looks authentic. I called Boston 6 News. They didn't tell me you were working on the Armstrong case.
Every news outlet had breaking news on finding the kid's body. I need a new angle for them to run with. I need to give them something exclusive.
That's right. The editor, Abby Wilson, said they hadn't heard from him for months. You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay, I don't get why the pickup is so important to you, but I guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase, you can't hold me.
I know that Clark is lying. I need to reconstruct the whole sequence of events in order to understand what happened. The detective gets it right. I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not going to make fun of you, detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon. You won't get away with this. See that call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to prison. I'll be right back. Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Luck. I have some bad news. Someone set fire to the cab.
Possible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle found in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already, but we cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty. We have
台灣依家應該叉燒話最好食，
Noah Garrity. I
不過你
order
要好
you
早去，
to release the reporter and
係啊，好
arrest
早去。
Let me just check my last lead. The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is. Okay. Get the DNA results. Detective Locke, I will give you 1 hour maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir. I'll add these to the file. Anything that will erase Clark's smile. The only comfortable chair in the whole station. But there's no time to rest. Case files. A lot of them for our tiny town. An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose. An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk. Who did you call earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice, wasn't it? You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more without the presence of my lawyer.
Stay right where you are. I'm not done with you yet.
Wow. Do I hear grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, Detective.
All I need is one more phone call to the lab. I know it's you, and I'm going to prove it. Hello, this is Joanna Locke. I need the results of the DNA test I asked you for.
Hi, Detective. Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
It's my last chance.
This is
all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose.
Hair Recipe 全身姜茶洗髮露，姜根精髓，強韌髮根，7天洗出防斷豐盈髮。这之前是罗宾霜描述前面的前面的例子，因为七七。
2025年2月1號，每天最終安排已經
每轉強制性供款就唔可以再用嚟對沖僱員轉制學嗰部分嘅遣散費同全部服務金啦。包括僱取消對沖取消對沖20次，僱主僱員要留意。
No! Suzanne? I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go. You can leave.
Sorry it didn't work out for you, Detective. Maybe you should consider a career change.
We are not done.
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne Moreau. The arrest warrant for Suzanne Moreau. Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When Suzanne comes up for trial, I will fight for her defense. But for now, the district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word. The door is wide open. How strange.
Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau? This is Detective Locke. Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau, can you hear me?
Suzanne Moreau is dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
唔該，係啊，賣廣告俾你啦。
It appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these drugs. Her glasses are missing.
喺漁灣街市嘅呢個熟食中心咧，聽講有好多柴灣嘅街坊一想打邊爐就會揀呢度㗎啦。成層有好多間打邊爐嘅鋪頭可以揀啦，而呢間鋪頭就係網民推介，叫我哋嚟試下㗎。除咗火鍋、魚、雞煲飲食、海鮮肉類、火鍋料都有揀嘅。
啤酒、汽水都係有飲嘅喎。
辣咧就爽啲嘅，晒汗。但係有咁個食唔辣嘅 version 咧，嗰種醬香味咧係 taste 到多啲嘅。再加上咧
Suzanne's diary is missing.
落個雞肉入邊係唔係嘅雞肉喎，好 juicy。你食雞都最爽咧，係嗰個煲咧，嗰啲湯係結身嘅嘛。咁所以咧，當佢包實嗰啲雞肉啦，包埋個洋葱，索晒啲味咧，我覺得呢個係食雞嗰個精髓。
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother.
嗱，可能咧，我覺得啦，我哋食咗呢個之後，你可以建議我哋加水加湯，因為我哋一路落咧，其實佢會越嚟越濃縮嘅，所以會越滾越濃啲味。咁如果
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her.
嗱，咁我咧有個小習慣，就係食打邊爐之前咧。
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her. I called the district attorney to inform him. This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by. The investigation was officially closed. I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed. I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
平租啊嘛，柴灣嗰度。不過你要特登入去咯。又裝修得幾好，係咯，幾好喎。
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means, motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our #1 suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke? She must be faking, so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault. She must have been given a dangerous dose of sleeping pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was did. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching. Dr. Constantine, please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
But all of them together? Won't someone overhear you questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
愉灣想揾到一啲異國風情嘅地方，不如愉灣都係一個好選擇啦。
呢度完美結合咗自然景色同埋現代生活啊！佢入邊仲有好多唔同嘅異國餐廳，任你揀啊！
有 fusion 風格嘅韓國料理，當然唔少得嘅就食啦。我好啦，呢度好喎。
土耳其師傅料理嘅地道美食，呢度都食到。
我就肉質都會比起牛肉多啊！呢間正宗。
黃昏喺沙灘散步之後，再去英式酒吧食正 fish and chips。
佢出名嘅醬咧，好薄，入邊會魚肉咧厚到啊，係好實嘅。
下一集我哋一齊放慢腳步，享受下唔同嘅異國風情啦！
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
I hope we will be leaving soon.
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
The passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect, thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No, should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
Mr. McQueen, the man you worked for is a kidnapper named Cassetti.
What? What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk!
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled the case, Mr. Poirot. I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once. She was a lovely woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees.
No.
No! No!
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, yes, of course.
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
What is your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this I am familiar. She's lying, but why? She may be telling the truth, but I cannot be certain. Are you sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
However much you tried to resist, I saw you glancing at Captain Arbuthnot during dinner. It was equally difficult for him to keep his eyes from you.
I also looked at the other passengers. That doesn't mean I know them.
However softly love may whisper, in the end it speaks louder than words. Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlion Hotel.
You were spying on me.
I'm very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. Do you hear?
Archie, stop.
Captain, no! This behavior is unworthy of an officer and a gentleman. Leave her alone!
Have you no honor?
Archie, we should go.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor actor. The truth is that... Forgive me, but your chivalry is like the smoke screen from your e-cigarette.
What?
Forgive me, but it is overdone, this. And I ask myself, what is your gallantry really hiding? And what does it have to do with the murder? Your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loved. loves. I might understand that if your relationship were some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
What do you have in mind?
The broken watch on Monsieur Ratchet's wrist, for example, and the handkerchief found near the body. Who does that belong to?
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
咁另外就當然有陣時就係喺嗰個生產嘅過程中間，其實佢都避免唔到，可能真係要喺個production line嗰度會表現到少少啲化學品入去會出嘅。咁如果佢真係好中意呢啲嘢，我會係時候啲嘢可以注意下，譬如嗰個濃度啊，或者係小心啲要注意嘅事。其實而家咧都會有一啲嘅，可能係肉球又好，或者一啲嘅護膚產品咧，佢都會可能針對住話啲皮膚過敏嘅人士，可能某啲嘅成分會比較少一啲嘅，譬如叫做 paraben，我哋咁講呢啲咁嘅成分叫做 paraben free 或者係即係少一啲嘅，咁可能香味嘅濃度比較少一啲啦。咁同埋就係注意咧，
I must admit I'm not right this time.
譬如真係有少少成分或者可能要選咗嘅話咧，咁可能保護時間就比較用嘅時間就唔好太耐，即係好玩嘅。
But I'm never far from the truth. No, not good. That was easy. 一啲係或者係一啲個成分個標註係清楚啲嘅，真係萬一出現咗敏感反應咧，其實我哋係可以盡力去幫佢哋追尋翻究竟有啲乜嘢嘅成分佢真係敏感，將來佢去用唔一定係肉球嘅，可能其他皮膚嘅產品咧就可以注意多少少去避免有同一個產品會令到佢同有敏感嘅情況。咁即係講起敏感呢樣嘢咧，好小朋友都即係皮膚方面咧會好多問題，其實佢哋嗰個皮膚咧，即係會唔會比成人咧更加有？
公司今個星期初仍然收取緊利數，估計影響。
我做呢個係真嘅。
I must admit I'm not right this time. Let me consider all the possibilities. Yes, there are only 3 possible hypotheses. The watch has been tampered with, or it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder. I shall explore these last 2 possibilities before reaching any conclusions. If the watch is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet. Maybe the watch is set to another time zone. The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. Et voilà. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. I do not think that's the right answer. Good. Brilliant. If this theory is correct, then the murder took place at 12:15 a.m. this hour.
Et
voilà.
Một個女人使用美圖實實嚟做中學文憑試成績報讀較大，被校方揭發，佢承認企圖以欺騙手段取得服務罪，還押到下個月判刑。
案情話，22歲女被告吳子瑩，舊年6月申請入讀較大語文研究文學士課程，上傳嘅中學文憑考試成績副本顯示英文科有第3級成績。被告經過網上面試之後獲取錄。
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
嘅成績正本，發現被告英文科成績實際係第5級。經過查問之後，被告話係出於好玩修改成績副本。佢事後被警方拘捕，喺警戒之後話係發送錯誤資料，又話係用美圖秀秀修改成績副本，目的係加強競爭力。被告喺粉嶺裁判法院承認企圖以欺騙手段取得獨獲罪。檢方求情話，被告因為擔心如果不獲取錄，媽媽會失望，先至作出愚蠢行為。辯方代表話，被告舊年8月1號即係獲得取錄之後，曾經主動致電交大出文件，第2日向考評局申請成績正本。署任主任裁判官彭追問
Sorry to bother you, Monsieur Mori. I have a question to ask you.
Please make it quick. I have a meal to prepare.
考評局將文件直接寄俾交大。裁判官話，被告並唔係自首，只係知道東窗事發先至聯絡校方，形容辯方嘅求情某程度誤導法庭。又話案件嚴重，被告
This handkerchief embroidered with an H, is it yours?
No, I've never seen it before.
辯方要求先索取社會服務令同憲法報告，押後到6月16號判刑。期間被告需要還押。
Thank you. That is all I wanted to know.
I hope your investigation won't interfere with today's menu.
雙方就可以展開對話，又話願同台灣各界就國家統一問題進行協商。
咁容易改
進黨
嘅啲，
嘅賴清德近日以公司並購嚟比喻兩岸統一。國台辦話，儘管兩岸仲未統一，但中國主權同領土完整從未分割，兩岸同屬一個中國嘅事實從未改變。
在一個中國原則和九二共識基礎上，我們願意同台灣各黨派、各界別、各階層人士就兩岸關係和國家統一問題廣泛交換意見，開展深入協商，共同推動兩岸關係
國台辦又話，只要民進黨當局承認9·2共識，認同兩岸同屬一中，兩岸就能夠展開對話協商。對於同民進黨有關嘅黑客組織嘅前向廣州
得㗎啦，唔係啊，佢朝早啲車唔會太耐嘅，你放心。
近年來，在民進黨當局指使下，台灣資通電軍頻繁對大陸網絡產生網絡泄密、台獨宣傳、系統破壞等活動，對大陸網絡空間安全等造成干擾、性質及其
Monsieur Foscarelli, I would like to ask you a few questions, if you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering, when you'd get around to me. Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange juicer has broken down and I can't fix it. Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't the car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the two...
I'd be happy to answer your questions when we finish.
一個幾日都係去咩嘅啫？
當局會喺各個出入境口岸加派人手，確保過關人流嘅排隊時間超過30分鐘。被譽為漁業界航母嘅灣區零丁號將會喺8月交付，預計每年為粵港澳大灣區提供5000噸鮮魚。
深海養殖風船灣區零丁號星期二喺廣東東門下水，船身水下部分採用開放式結構，由15支方形立柱組成，並且用圓網分隔出12個獨立養殖倉，養殖空間大約係8萬立方米，相當於32個標準游泳池。呢種特殊嘅結構令到海水可以喺養殖倉同大海之間自然流動，形成最適合魚類生長嘅水質環境，提升魚類品質。灣區零丁號預計喺今年8月喺珠海灣深海域投產，專注養殖金槍魚、紅瓜子石斑等嘅海產，年產可以達到5000噸。內地傳媒形容呢個係實現粵港澳大灣區食魚自由嘅重要來源。灣區零丁號集結嘅地方海面風浪大，因此設有電力推進系統，可以喺南海海域揾到最佳嘅養殖位置同避開颱風。
人船这个通过电力呢，会更直更环保。这个船的一次航行可以超过可以达到2000海里。
灣區零丁號亦都設有觀光甲板同休閒住宿，最多可以容納到199人。無線電視記者曹坤報道。
澳洲有研究員致力為3極越野跑制定職業賽道嘅統一標準，有望推動呢一項運動7年之後嘅布里斯班奧運成為比賽項目。一齊睇下。
熱愛3極越野跑嘅蘇切斯曾經幾百次行走喺澳洲布里斯班附近嘅富薩山，使用專業全球定位工具，尋找精確測量3極嘅方法，希望為呢項運動制定統一測量標準。
You are running the insurance to listen to the calibrated bicycle, and you cannot see any bicycle going to the trail. So you need another set of tools to do so.
由於測量工具唔同，現時3極越野跑比賽嘅跑道距離存在誤差，難以成為正規比賽。
The main issue is surge.
有團體同蘇切斯嘅諗法不同而合。
We're not talking just 100-meter courses that are the same measurement all around the world. We're talking about different trails, different elevations, different terrain.
布里斯班奧運將會新設多個項目，團體希望3極越野跑能夠涵蓋其中。無線電視記者方傳報道。
特朗普正考虑本周对莫斯科实施制裁，相关措施可能不会包括对银行业实施新一轮的制裁。但为了施压普京接受包括停火30天等倡议，巴普就其他选项进行讨论。报道中引述知情人士指出，特朗普对结束这场战争已开始感到厌倦，并考虑如果努力未尽其功，就会彻底放弃。白宫发言人莱维克在回应《华尔街日报》的报道时表示，特朗普已表达希望透过谈判达成和平协议，但同时也会考虑所有选项。凤凰卫视综合报道。
美国媒体报道，特朗普政府已经暂停新的学生签证面谈，同时考虑扩大留学生社交媒体的审查范围一事。美国驻华大使28号表示，目前没有收到前面暂停受理学生签证的信息，包含申请和面谈在内的签证办理一切正常进行，可以在官方网站预约，预约系统已在28号启用。
然而，美国国务院到10号没有证实，也没有否认报道的真实性，只是表示将继续使用一切手段审查赴美签证申请者的背景。对此之后，外交部发言人毛宁28号表示，正常的教育合作和学术交流不应当受到干扰。
美国政治报17号独家报道称，美国驻新纽里奥签署的内部文件显示，特朗普政府考虑要求所有赴美留学申请者接受社交媒体审查。为了准备实施这一强制性措施，特朗普政府下令美国境外使领馆暂停为学生签证申请人安排新的面试。虽然美国国务院当天并未对进入美国的外国人进行审查。
That's something that has not been discussed publicly. It would have to be leaked material if it exists. What I can remind everyone of, which we've discussed for months here, is that we use every tool in our tool chest to vet anyone coming in who wants to come into this country.
我必要在文件中写道，杰克生效为了准备扩大全面的社交媒体筛查与审查工作，在进一步通知发出前，预计将是未来几天内，各领事处获得新增学生或交流访问学者签证的预约名额，包括 FM 和接任签证。分析指出，这将面临标志着特朗普政府再次试图以国家安全或遏制反犹主义为由，限制外国学生进入美国高校。中国卫视广东节目编译20年报道。
俄罗斯网络方面还有希望是特朗普政府将扩大大学校园的调查行动，将矛头指向公立的加州大学系统。
美国司法部反犹太主义专案组负责人特瑞尔·周阿在接受福克斯新闻采访时表示，特朗普政府将进一步扩大对全国高等教育机构的调查范围，加州大学系统应准备面对大规模诉讼，并强调我们将在法律战线全力出击，特朗普不会被吓退。指出，司法部可能依据联邦仇恨犯罪法及民事法第7章，针对大学内部聘用歧视和学生安全问题采取行动。他表示，我们会从这个部分下手。
It should work correctly now.
作为美国最大的公立高校体系之一，加州大学长期以来是中国留学生的首选。根据校方资料，光是加州大学伯克利分校2024年秋季就读的国际学生已超过7000人。
Bravo! I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli? Delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes? It was a little girl, a baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no, then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
其他的学校转去的话，在可能一些学生看来是有降级的这个问题。特朗普政府早前宣称，哈佛大学与中国政府。
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
资金主要来自于中国。他认为这是学术交流的自由和合理的补足。东方卫视徐不秋讲。
联合国特朗普透过联合国贸易谈判一直进展稀奇。联合国这报道多方要求那个主要企业和管理层为接下来的美国。
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted
联
friend.
合国特朗普周二在社交平台发文，质疑的是欧盟要求尽快确定与美国进行贸易谈判的日期，形容是积极进展，希望欧盟最终会开放市场与美国进行贸易。
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am Afol. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Why does this not surprise me?
I don't know.
I am at your service, Fraulein.
My mistress, Princess Dragomirov, has asked me to open this traditional Matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed, gentlemen. Herr Poirot, thank you very much for helping me.
目前韩中关系处于低点，但相信韩中作为邻国依然存在可以合作的空间。韩国监督证明共同民主党总统候选人李在明的对敌负责外交政策的国会议员魏胜洛28日出席外媒记者会表示，李在明证明认为韩美同盟是韩国合作的基础。李在明将恢复因戒严破坏的韩美同盟之间信赖，并将进一步深化未来战略同盟。有关中韩关系，魏胜洛评价说，因为其为政府注重于两国关系发展，并没有润滑政策，这导致目前韩中关系处于两国建交以来最低点，需要逐渐改善两国关系。魏胜洛指出，其为政府要把民主和自由价值反映在外交政策上，但却发动紧急建言，试图摧毁自由和民主主义体制。可以说，其为政府外交政策已名存实亡，而共同民主党会推动实用外交。魏胜洛还表示，今年是韩国和日本建交60周年，李在明政府将在坚守历史和领土原则的同时，在其他领域推进面向未来的合作，还会继续推进韩美日三国之间安全合作以及印太战略。魏胜洛指出，在朝鲜核导弹威胁日益增大的情况下，问的无可和问题是韩国、中国、美国都有共同利益的问题。李在明当选的话，将以此为基础，积极推进有关国家的合作。综合卫视之前韩国首尔报道。
另外，韩国民调机构真实计量器发布的总统候选人支持率调查结果显示，李在明依然领先，而且比之前有所上升。国民力量党总统候选人金文洙以及改革新党候选人李俊熙的支持率都有所下滑。
韩国最新民调显示，李在明的支持率为49.2%，与上一次调查相比上升2.6个百分点。金文洙的支持率为36.8%，李俊熙为10.3%，分别下滑0.8个百分点和0.1个百分点。数据显示，李在明领先其竞争对手金文洙12.4个百分点，而上次调查的差距为9%。在两强对决格局下，李在明和金文洙的支持率分别为52.3%、41.7%。李在明和李俊熙的支持率分别为50.6%和36.7%。中立选民群体方面，李在明获得压倒性优势，支持率仍维持超半数，为50.8%。金文洙和李俊熙则分别为30.8%和15.1%。由于28号起至大选投票日，也就是6月3号晚8点之间，禁止公布相关政党和总统候选人的民调结果。此次调查是大选期间的最后一次民调。凤凰卫视综合报道。
以色列国防部18号表示，以色列军方空袭也门加大机场不是一个目标。那以方表示，这份空袭明确传达一个信息，就是任何向以色列开火的人都将付出沉重代价。
以色列国防部表示，也门港口将继续遭受严重破坏，机场和其他基础设施也将再次遭到袭击。国会武装证实，萨那机场一架也门航空公司的客机被炸毁，这也是唯一一架仍在国家武装控制下可以运行的民航客机。
而以色列在加沙地带军事行动导致当地人道主义危机加剧，也为以军内部分歧加深。根据以色列国土报27号的报道，一些以军的军官已经起草一份公开信，要求以色列政府结束在加沙人道主义的战争。
据以色列国土报报道，这封公开信由以色列空军部分预备役和现役军官起草，主要内容为要求以色列政府和以军总参谋长结束在加沙的道德战争，并要求哈马斯立即释放所有剩余以色列人质。信中写道，继续推进在加沙的军事行动违背绝大多数民众的意愿，将导致更多以色列人质、以军士兵和无辜平民死亡，甚至可能构成战争罪行。公开信指出，以色列社会中的引领加沙地带的政治战争，而这已不再有利于以色列的国家安全。报道称，这封公开信已被分发给以色列各军事单位的现任和前任预备役军官，并已征集到约1200个签名。凤凰卫视综合报道。
好，再接过来带您关注的是，在台湾罢免危机关头，国民党立委呼吁9月将举行的党主席改选延后办理。
北京我们因为是的，大家一起
Witnessing the wonders of
die Entdeckung der modernen Zivilisation erlebt.
Three professional baking teams are ready to serve up some fantastic cakes.
Yeah, so go to something so like that. 場所時應該自主解行程。國家移民管理局預計端午節假期全國口岸每日平均出入境人次將會達到215萬，較舊年同期增長1成。當局預計出入境客流高峰主要集中喺星期日。又話端午節期間，粵港澳三地將會舉辦多場廣州賽事同大型活動，預計有大量內地居民出境旅遊，以及到港澳居民返鄉探親。鄰近港澳陸路口岸通關流量將會明顯增多，其中深圳同福田口岸日均出入境人次將分別有23萬同21萬。珠海港北同港珠澳大橋日均出入境人員就分別有36萬7千同11萬。當局將作出專門部署，加強監測，並配置充足警力，確保中國公民出入境通關排隊唔超過30分鐘。而鄰近端午節，海外好多地方都舉辦廣州賽事，應節食品亦都多咗外國嘅客戶採購。今年單係深圳出口嘅寵物就超過134噸，同比增長1%。有出口。每逢傳統節日，海外都有華人團體舉辦迎接活動。今年端午，南非開普敦嘅龍舟協會舉辦闖行龍舟同龍舟拔河賽比賽，除咗有華人參與，亦吸引唔少當地人到場感受熱鬧氣氛。至於應節食品端午粽，今年嘅出口範圍同數量有明顯增長，單係深圳嘅出口量就超過134噸，按年增長1.1倍。一間位於深圳嘅食品工廠，廠長就承認英國客戶自述，介紹粽嘅生產情況。
This is our factory. We produce 10,000 we say. And all these 冬節 is newly fresh.
呢一啲粽全部都係人工包紮，人均每日製作6、7、8隻，但由於需求量大，工廠要增聘人手。
去年
初有16啊、17、18个人，现在今年呢去到接近30人。
隨住外國客戶越嚟越多，工廠準備擁有好多市場。
有新加坡、美國啊。
今年工廠出口嘅廠同比增長超過1倍，其中廣東
The inscription reads, "To my dearest friend."
Oh, thank you very much, Soviet regime. But thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion. I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you. Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
Thank you for answering my questions, madame. Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny.
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. That was easy. Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with you.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
Eh bien, the good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife. Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help.
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
成為2023年銀行倒閉潮嘅元兇之一。根據美國政府嘅統計，現時美國嘅銀行持有18000億美元嘅美國國債，相當於29萬億嘅市場規模，佔比大約6%。
裝修同埋大屋，光線、空間分配全部都係學班，但係邊睇嚟邊學嘢，開頭嘅呢個8湯之前學。
Hello, can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hardman. Yes, and the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective, just like you, from the U.S.
No, not good. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michel. He was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid, Ratchet's secretary.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? Kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help. Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Well, I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that.
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Ardman.
Listen, Poirot, I'd like to make it right.
It has been a while since I have seen one of those. I would like to speak to Countess Andrény, please.
As I have already told you, she is in no condition to speak to you.
Monsieur le Comte, I am investigating a murder.
I wish you every success, but my wife is too frail to be questioned.
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
Excuse me, Doctor. May I ask you a question?
Anything that can help the investigation, Mr. Poirot.
I wanted to know what your first name is, Doctor.
My name is Robert. Why?
To find out if the handkerchief embroidered with an H could have been yours.
I'm a doctor, Mr. Poirot. Cloth handkerchiefs are a playground for viruses. I would not touch one.
Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't bother you anymore.
另外亦都提好亞洲股市，特別係中國、印度同埋新加坡，因為對美國出口嘅業務，只係佔呢啲地方股市指數大約2%至3%，主要都係人內需去推動。有線新聞黃建春報導。
四琴日禮拜五增持到46萬股，長實被公價大約32蚊，直接接近1500萬。最近因應中美貿易戰降溫，上調本港今年經濟增長預測，由原先估計嘅增長1%，調高到2.2%，接近政府預測嘅2.3%向下。最近話貿易戰降溫減少對經濟增長嘅拖累，加上今嘅金融市場氣氛保持活躍，如果旅客嚟香港嘅趨勢持續，將支持本地消費。但係貿易關稅存在不確定性。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
So this year, all fundraising at the moment probably close to $20 billion already, and many of the deals which have been done are like
增值方面，計劃審為本港嘅集資額係全球排名第2，港交所而家淨係審理150間公司嘅上市申請，當中有唔少集資規模超過10億美元。我哋電商平台更多單預告，因為加大投資同投資，短期盈利退縮。
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrény.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No. I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering about a vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well, I will find him. Thank you very much.
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course. I stand corrected. That was easy. A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
油價升暫時就未知，但係的確近期無論係20嘅警察，或係新擴大審核嘅數貨，積極人士就讓都持股變交咗，其中華港同埋港鐵發展嘅紅藍鐵。
Come now, Countess. You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
總市況面積大約590至1000平方尺，涉及金額合共超過1億1000萬。發展商打鐵趁熱，公布項目最新嘅銷售安排。星期日起招標形式發售。
And your vertigo, did this not prevent you from sleeping?
It certainly didn't help, but that's not really why I couldn't sleep. It was that continual shaking of the train.
So she continues to blame the shaking of the train. Even with the sleeping pill, you could not sleep?
I told you that I took the sleeping pill much later.
The Countess did not fall for my first attempt to confuse her. The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow, so there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace. These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night. There seems to be something missing here. It's closed.
when they talk about outfitting to get the public to the United States before the tariff, so what they're saying is that they need importers to move cargo sooner than they would have in
你唔係做眷戀住美國嘅市場如果你仲係眷戀住美國市場嘅話，你就咁嚟講，咁美國市場唔得嘅比較大。我相信唔會話工人啊，即係都覺得有咁多啲客戶啦。
經第三公司發現嘅檢驗應入盡有風險有人更會講60美元同1000美元都有選擇。曾經喺全美國有5間
An engraving written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name.
冇受價值運輸影響，但負責人話賣清全貨之後，新一批嘅產業應加價兩成。
For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia. Helena with an H. It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
Poirot! Have you no shame?
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a very helpful emotion for a detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andrei.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia Armstrong, your older sister, the mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest.
We anticipate that their volumes will, unless something's
The
done
matter
by
of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first, I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
for it and just trying to provide information to help people look through this best as we can.
美國市場佔公司12%之一，而家要諗辦法生存。
你係唔係眷戀住美國嘅市場咧？如果你仲係眷戀住美國市場嘅話，你就會同埋投資咧就將佢一張平單嘅即係講價咧，得幾個10億蚊，就將咧服務嗰個部分咧。生產實質產品咧，唔使做價，咁樣可能會幫到咧。
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train. In addition, her first name begins with an H in Cyrillic. That's the right answer.
美國本土生產嘅鋼鋁唔足以應付需求。根據美國商務部嘅數據，2024年美國進口鋼材超過2620萬噸，進口鋁材就超過543萬噸。加拿大係主要嘅進口國。劉達邦估計，如果關稅戰持續，美國部分興建緊嘅樓盤或者要面臨地屋。
生產唔到嘅點咧？咁唯一嘅就係去一啲比較呢個國家咯，譬如係加拿大咧，加拿大都講緊人嘅，咁就係又係一日睇下加拿大有冇咁嘅產能。
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay, I stay here to watch this young lady.
如果佢萬一真係供應唔到，佢都要付錢去買。咁如果佢唔你買嘅，咁如果嗰個關稅咧係對方即係美國嘅買家去付呢個關稅，即係買貴咗啦啲嘢，最終咪又係美國人自己承擔嘅。
2024年中美貿易總額達到5850億美元。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madam, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
Come in, please.
Please forgive my intrusion, madam, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced, yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her. I must admit I'm not right this time. That was easy. I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you?
Interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see. The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly. But his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Helena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence. Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
That is not a good answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. must admit I'm not right this time. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. No, not good. I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. No, not good. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. My little grey cells did not let me down.
Привет! Привет!
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orgeon stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. 2 women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No, I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea that Mademoiselle Lope drank. Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only two people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use. Four long years passed without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark. Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold. I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet. I don't have time to check the latest crimes. I need to focus on Daisy's case. The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me. A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I? Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case, and then this. Michael Clark. The sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago? This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board. I knew it! The faces don't match at all. They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer. Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent. The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's. So clever. All that evidence, and yet no DNA found. The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look. What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks. I don't have time to waste on magazines. Okay, the real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. That could be him, but he looks pretty different. Yes, he seems different at first glance, but still it's the same person.
Good. That's it.
No, this isn't it. Think! No, I did something wrong. I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong. He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested. Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you? It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
Robot Defense League, we are monitoring this call.
Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Because, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Nope, and... okay. Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
We're here to save mankind. Oh, it's a cookbook!
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board. This is Ratchet's ticket. Goodbye, Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity and your life. The event? Some old train. But that face, that man. The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board. Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week. Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week. Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express. Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week. What do they call this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time. key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection. Key knife. Key knife. Key knife. Key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection. What do we find? A capsule and a smell. Bitter almonds. Cyanide. A USB key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains. Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board. Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them, and on the wall they go. Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake. Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information? So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. This tattoo is the same on both pictures. I know that face. That's John Armstrong's driver. The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case? These tickets were all booked by McQueen. As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah. I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board. Hector McQueen is the son of District Attorney McQueen. Damn, Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week. McQueen, the district attorney's son, is too. Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train. I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested. Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. Oh, it's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do? I could try to get on the train without a ticket, but I could end up arrested. And Ratchet could get away or get murdered. No, there's a better way. Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid. Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
I can get an arrest warrant if you don't cooperate.
You gonna pull it out of your hat? I've done nothing wrong. Lately. I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
Wait. Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
Stacy, please, you say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to help.
Getting me on that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast in prison for the rest of his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids? Yeah. All right. We'll do it for Daisy and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will. Thank you so much. Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. And that's how I found myself on this train, on Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead. I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more clearly. It's obvious whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No. I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
All that snow.
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes, unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as...
An unexpected passenger?
Perhaps. Or snow. I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone. Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case. Et voilà. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out...
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
But... yes. I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this, my darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make... certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
Jean, you've mixed everything up again. Oh, I can't find the coffee liqueur for tonight's dessert.
You can never have too many of these.
Not now! Not now! I have a dinner to prepare. Would you interrupt Michelangelo or Da Vinci?
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit, it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others? You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget, and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen. Nice. No, not good. Brilliant. Right. Et voilà. You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet, until I could... But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now. Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear now. I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the commotion is next door. Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michelle has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh. I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and book. Another delightful trophy for my collection. I wonder if our master chef gets his recipes from a game.
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor Pierre Michel both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible! What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home. It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate... must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning. I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. That's the right answer.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible. That was easy. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case, and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. No, not good. I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. No, not good. I must admit I'm not right this time. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. That was easy. Fräulein Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
Ha ha! Golden moustache. Monsieur Bouc, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night, when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, 12 wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car. That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second. For that, we must examine the motive for the crime. Why? No, Poirot, think again. Nothing was stolen from the crime scene. The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen, and we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned. Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation. as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is. It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal, yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic. "12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
snow.
Snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but 2 detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads. This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters. The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime. The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him. The conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke. Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet. You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman. Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir, and afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
Book, my friend, of course you are not guilty. You did everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime?
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel. Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you, but the murder could not have been possible with knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible. And your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est enfoiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train. Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, We just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook. Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it? Countess Andreni, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreni. "12 people, a jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife."
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli. Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling. Mademoiselle Olson, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore! I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olsen. You too shed light on your part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Bouc, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations, but I would rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered the job you currently hold. Madame, you were the teacher of... You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot. No, his vial found at the crime scene was a decoy. You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen, but his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof! Unless you have another one. As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham, Yes, I remember overhearing Mademoiselle Debenham talking with the captain at Circuitry Station. She said, "Not now, not now, when it's all over." That's significant in light of what we now know, but not enough to incriminate her. Her close relationship with someone guilty in the case, even her motive, do not necessarily make her guilty. Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess Dragomirov. Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as Princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train, and the single blow to Ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say... Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. Linda Arden. If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious. That was easy. Mrs. Hubbard, you are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni. Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each pair carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day, I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First, we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much, but he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east sooner or later by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me, and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it, all these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc. What do you say?
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I'd seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train.
We must tell Bouc. The case is not solved. Please, come in. Ah, Bouc. I see we are moving at last.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him. Et voilà.
Hello， 係啦，玩到呢度咁多先啦，因為都玩咗成9個幾鐘頭。咁啊，餘下嘅劇情呢，我就留翻過2日再玩。咁好多謝大家收睇。咁如果鍾意嘅話，就多多留言啦，俾個 like 啦 ，share 啦。如果有得課金都唔介意嘅，係啦。咁啊，多謝大家。今日就去到咁多先，好，過2日再睇通告啦，係啦，好多謝晒。